Ready? Yep. Okay. Okay. Sure. I saw a 95 on there. Quick. Yep. We're all set to go down whenever you are. Okay. All right. Going down slow. Yep. About 1880, 1882.
Copy that. You've got auto head in.
I've got auto head in, correct.
Yeah. All right. We still have that flare in the bottom left, huh, Roland?
Yep. I suspect that one's coming off the right-hand
Craft.
craft reflecting into the dome because it's three little pops there on the left.
Okay. We can test that out when we get down there.
That's my theory.
Copy. Okay, delta's 12. I have 15 altitude. There's bottom.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm at all stop.
Copy that. Visibility's better. That's good. I can keep coming down, maybe push out a little for your tether management. Or maybe I'll just come to the left side of your screen there a little bit.
Okay, all right, that's fine. It's more of a slope than I thought we'd have.
Yeah, me too. Picking it up in D2. There's some sort of consistent feature out there.
It's
Bridge, are we now?
A ridge or...
Yeah, probably.
Go ahead, Nav.
Oh, you never
Yes,
know.
the vehicles are on the bottom.
True.
And so we'd like to move rotation about the A-frame.
Roger that. I'll let you know when it's completed.
Okay.
Is that right drawer slid in a little bit? Because it's in the scene.
Let me. I'll check it.
Might be a little bit, but it's pretty much aligned with the
Nav bridge, center of rotation
Skid.
shifted to A-frame.
Roger, thank you. And are you comfortable with the bailout direction of southeast? So roughly straight ahead?
Yes, that sounds great.
Roger that. So bailout southeast.
Southeast eye.
Yeah, both of the wings are outboard.
Okay, I'm going to dial in Z-bias since now
Okay.
I've been in auto depth, so...
Gotcha.
Notice when I zoom the camera in just enough to lose the left skid, right skid still in the view. I wonder if the camera is not mounted square.
Yeah, we've... that's a known abnormality. We can work on that, Roland.
Isn't that a fixed? Yeah. You'd have to drill some holes or what?
Okay. Looks like
you investigating that target now?
I was just dialing in Z-bias, and then
Yeah. That's actually the first thing we have to do on our engineering trials.
trim and ballast.
You're in charge of that, so.
That's right. Well, so far, what I'm seeing with very little current, or no current, and that pretty dialed in Z-bias, our Z-bias is 3% different than it was yesterday.
Yeah, our altitude's been 6.3 for a while. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to come up a little bit since you're drifting up.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. So, 20 pounds, changed it to from Z-bias at 35 to Z-bias at 30.
Okay. Let's see. Trim. Z-bias. Oh. I'm used to having the big headset on.
Oh, yeah.
Am I loud enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have any feedback. Okay, so Z-bias of 30 makes you neutral?
Yeah, 29.8.
That was added 20 pounds last night.
Right. And if we bring up if you bring up the fins detailed view, I think these are the exact same numbers. They're just fed in here, but our roll was minus 0.4 yesterday, I think, minus 0.3, and now it's 0.2, and that makes sense. I put it on the right side.
Let's see. Fins. Yeah, heading, roll 0.2, pitch 2. That's what you have?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
So maybe, could you remind me what it was yesterday? It
Yep.
should be in there.
Actually, that doesn't carry over the sign. This has a... Oh, no, they're both positive. Okay, yeah, they're both positive. Let's see. Engineering from yesterday. Trim, roll minus 0.2, pitch plus 1.7.
Okay.
So the roll switched by 0.2 and the pitch got a little worse.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think we want to. I've got a spot that I think will help with pitch. I'll just move it. I did put it on the right side, about mid ship, if you want to call the ROV a ship.
Yeah.
So I'll just keep it center line and then move it aft a touch. What do you think?
Because you think going from minus 0.2 to plus 0.2 is negligible, so you just want to fix the fore aft.
Yeah.
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 Sounds good. Okay, and the Z-bias, I mean, last year it was
Like 17.
with those
right?
RPM, it was like, 17 to 22. Did they say if they found on the descent they needed more thrust or not?
He did say that no, they needed less.
Than yesterday,
Yeah.
but maybe more than last year.
Right.
So based on the Z-bias, it seems like we could add maybe another 10 or something to fix the pitch, maybe?
Yeah, maybe we just do that. Add 10 on the aft webbing. Yeah.
Because, 30% is a lot. 30% of our RPMs just to stay neutral.
Right.
Seems like a lot.
I agree.
That seems like a plan. Do you want me to write it here? Or you-
Sure. Yeah, you may as well.
So 10 pounds to the aft
Yeah. To
frame.
yeah, 10 pounds to. I guess there's already weight there,
Oh,
and I put the new one here. Here.
yeah.
So maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
we can consider it.
we'll play around with it as long as we have those numbers. I think I'm happy with that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, and I'll spend some time this afternoon in the weight spreadsheet to adjust it so those numbers make sense.
Nice. Well, should we introduce ourselves on OKEX in case anyone's listening at home?
Sure.
All right. Let's get Don on board.
Say again.
We're planning on doing introductions on OKEX.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Copy that.
And I've got the camera up front here.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Go for it.
welcome everyone. This is the engineering team from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We are doing some final engineering tests. We did a lot of improvements to the ROVs over the winter. And we have an hour or two this morning to do some final tests. Then we'll hopefully be heading for a shipwreck target. I'm Carl McCletchy, the navigator.
And this is Chris Ritter, sitting pilot.
And Don Liberatore, co-pilot.
And this is Roland Bryan way over in the corner.
And Bob Nutt in the back
And
row.
next to
flipping.
Roland, we have Lars. He's learning everything. Yeah, he can't speak on his headset because he's just listening.
But he can wave.
Yeah, you can wave at the camera, Lars. All right, well, we'll continue with our engineering and then be heading for the shipwreck soon.
Okay, so I'm just pushing out to check this sonar target,
Okay.
which looks like it's 20-ish meters away.
Okay.
Just want to make sure it's nothing oil rig related, any kind of hazard.
Looks very straight. Could be a pipeline.
Yeah. If you just want to
Yep.
keep
I'm
an eye
just
on your view, just to.
I will. Let me see it.
It's
The
that,
trough.
that ridge right there.
Yeah. Well, you know what it could be, where an old anchor chain was
Mhm.
lying. Made a pretty good furrow in there.
Yeah.
Dropped out on sonar, too.
Yeah, I came up a little too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna increase that.
Lars, if you want to come over, I can show you what I'm doing to set up.
Okay. I think that's safe enough.
Okay, well, do you want to try out the still camera? Do we need a subject?
Sure.
I think I saw a sea star somewhere. Maybe you could just find something like
Yeah.
that and let video.
There's a white fish in the bottom left.
Play with the lighting for video and
Sure.
give that a try. If it doesn't work very well, we'll wait until we have a three-dimensional object ahead of us.
All right. You want me
Sounds
to
good.
put the swing arms out?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
And before you turn hydraulics back off, I'd like to see if we can get that flare out just by bumping the craft up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for the anemone rolling, just because fish are mobile. If that works for you.
Yep, there's a little one of those bright-eyed blackfish down there too, below the
Oh yeah.
ROV.
Is that gonna be tall enough to get it on the still? Is it wide enough angle?
We'll see when we turn on the still camera. I can see it over here on my screen.
Okay.
It's like I'm having an issue with the upper swing arm port side.
Yeah, it was a little sticky yesterday.
Bring it back in and see.
You got HD2 eyes on it.
No.
You can come down a little too, Don.
Okay, yeah.
I knew he was gonna swim away.
Yeah, she's not working.
Did you try bumping up RPM?
RPM's all the way up.
Oh.
That's strange. Stow. No.
Try to rotate it and then take it out.
All right. Go down. And back up.
How close do we need to be rolling?
Don't know. We've never seen it underwater yet.
Okay.
So if you guys turn on the breaker, we can see what it looks like.
Okay.
All right. No, that's not working. I'm going to continue with the lower swing arms first, and then we'll play
Okay.
with that.
I'm actually gonna come back towards you because I'd like to, while you're playing with that, I'd like to be able to actually see it.
Okay. Right.
So let's find something closer.
All right.
And then that way you can check out the port swing arms as well.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. And going to deploy now. Whoa. That guy's fast.
The bottom, the port lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It rotates okay. Upper swing arm up and down. Yep,
Huh.
that's good. All right, go back up. All right, let's see. What can we look at it with the mini Zeus?
Yeah, and you can probably give a zoom from Sirius now that I brought
maybe.
it back in there, if you want.
Just gonna try.
Go ahead and take mini Zeus if you want it.
Now, will that go high enough to see that? Or-
Yeah, we found out yesterday that it does. Okay, Roland, back with you. Let me turn that on for you. I think it's already on.
Nope. I got this.
Oh, yeah. Now it's on.
Okay.
Yep, there it comes on. Very dark.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to try and go deploy. Let's see what's going on here.
And if you tilt your HD camera up, I can roughly position your camera to what the still camera is looking at.
You gonna tell me when?
Yep. Keep going. No, actually right about there. Sorry, back down. Right there.
Okay.
That's what the still camera is looking at, but it's much darker.
Okay.
It's
And if
like
you-
we're getting no reaction at all out of that, Chris.
Okay.
Like a function. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong one now. Upper swing arm. There we go. Try going up and down again. Whoa, blinded. Sorry. Okay. Deploy. What the heck?
That's just super slow, huh?
Yeah.
We can adjust the needle valve.
Would you like to replace one of your monitors with the steel momentarily?
Not until he's done with that, actually. I just want to... Or, yeah, actually, we can do my main one.
Your main,
Is
I can
the,
get in any
RPM up all
of
the way?
your monitors,
Yeah,
even
it
your
is.
SDs.
Okay. Double check it. Yep.
Is it? I think it'll go all the way to the top, Don, the RPM.
Okay.
I think it'll go...
Yep. Yeah, but it maxes out
Oh, okay.
1925, no matter where that slider is.
Okay.
All right. Keep going.
So that's what happens when it takes another one, right?
Yeah, so we're actually, when we see it, the picture we see is the one it just finished taking.
Okay. Right, it's like looking at the back of a DSLR. Yeah. Like the LCD screen of a DSLR.
Yeah,
Yeah.
except that may be the confidence that's like after, that's like the review, I think.
Okay. Let me ask, is that Jeff?
He just came and went.
Oh, okay. What would you like to test with this, Roland?
And maybe that coral that's straight ahead and to the right.
Okay. Can you bring up my? Actually, I can do it.
Yeah.
And how about I put this camera in one of your manip mons?
Yeah, that sounds good. So you slowly got it out there, Don?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. So let's we can make a note to adjust that needle valve, maybe.
Okay.
I don't think Fernando had that much of an issue yesterday.
He did not.
Yeah.
He didn't
Right.
have that much issue with those.
So-
That monitor is not compatible.
Okay.
I can put in one of your smaller SD monitors.
Sure. Put it in one of the rail cams if you want.
Okay.
Don't let me forget to try to get the bump the craft up.
Okay. So where do you have the digital still?
I'm trying to put it
Oh,
over
you're
there.
still trying to
Thought
move
I just
around.
put in monitor 16. Is 16 not one of those over there?
Yeah, I can't see.
I got you.
I got a foot. Upper left.
I think the very top left one I thought was 16.
You can put in monitor 9.
Okay, 9 it is. Okay.
Okay. So there it is. Do you want to mess with lighting or anything?
I don't think we can improve the lighting any better at this point. I think the camera settings would need to be
Yeah.
changed.
Can I try something? Do you mind?
Yeah, no, try anything.
Bring
Might
the,
want to tilt
lowers
down your
inboard.
main HD camera to sort of duplicate it and take note of the angle of your camera.
Okay. Oh, that's a good idea. You want to tell me when you think they're the same? 'Cause you probably have a better eye for that.
Yep, stand by. Yeah, tilt down.
Coming down.
Hold.
Holding.
Pretty close, except for, of course, the vertical angle, but that's about
Right.
the same field of view.
Okay, that's minus 0.8 degrees. Let me get Nav to write that down.
And Jeff is here.
Okay. Make sure he doesn't go anywhere. Nav. Pilot,
Yes, pilot?
would you mind writing something down for us?
Of course not.
Roland says that with the digital still, we see about the same thing on the main HD at an angle of minus 0.8. No, sorry, minus 8 degrees.
Okay. At minus 8 degrees. Same size, too? Oh, I can see it myself.
Yeah, it's just relative. This, of course, is the HD camera is more vertical higher.
Yeah.
But roughly this position looks, as close as I can get. It's the still camera is a little bit narrower of an angle, or narrower field of view.
Is that lighting helping, Roland, or no?
I haven't really noticed a difference in the still camera. Let's see the next snap.
So every time you take a picture, it does that purple fuzz.
Purple haze. It's the Jimi
Yeah.
Hendrix camera.
Yeah. So Roland, I think that's pointing my upper starboard right down at it. Let me in between the next one, take note of the lighting there, and I'll deploy it back to what it normally is.
Okay.
And
You
then-
guys might also take note of what camera number or picture number
That's definitely
in your
better.
settings.
Did you bring the lowers inboard or no?
No, I didn't mess with the
just
lowers.
the top one.
But I mean, we can do this too. Like it's only taking it every like 2 or 3 seconds. So if we actually wanted a digital still something, we could mess with the lights, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Roland, is that a high enough resolution for you to look at focus on that? Because it's fixed, right? What's that? I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's fuzzy and low res on my screen, so I can't really
Gotcha.
tell you if it's in focus or if it's just low resolution.
Okay. Well, I'll get a little closer and then maybe we can see after the dive or something.
Yeah, and I'd recommend you guys take note of the number of photo at the time you're doing your specific change. So like right now, you've got your light optimized based on what you visually see.
And the main HD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the closer image will be like 345 or something.
Why don't you take it to the very bottom edge of the screen, right to its root. Me take those lower swing arms and pull them full up so they're shining straight forward in the center field. So it looks like about 4 or 5 inches in front of the skids.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I can bring the Roland, I'm sorry, we're just discussing a motor test, a new engineering objective. And I killed the DSC. Sorry, I should have let you know.
Okay, no worries.
I think we got what we wanted to out of that. So it's going to be dusty for a while. We're going to go from 0 to 100% on the motors. So,
Okay.
sorry.
Maybe Copilot can reset your monitors where you wanted them over there.
So we're done the trim. I guess we should have done the USB cal during the still test because you have to be on the bottom for like 5 minutes. Maybe we can sit down after this test. Maybe we can sit down to get the swing arms back out. So what was the conclusion with the still cam?
You got the 8 degrees down. And that was it. We just wanted to look at the pictures to like check focus afterward, after
Okay.
the dive. And
Should we do it? Should we do it again on something 3-dimensional on the rec, maybe?
That's up to them. I think it was tall enough that it was like in the field of view.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it was there.
But
I think it would be a good idea to have some photos for the wreck.
Yeah,
to
just
compare.
something interesting. We could even pick the most interesting object and sit down and take, or just float there and take 10 pictures or something. Yeah, I was asked. I knew he would have said yes.
Yeah, so that's sounds good to me. It's not hard to turn it back on. If you want to write down that. We went from 280 on the pictures, on the picture number,
Yeah.
to like 345. That was today's test. I think it's kind of obvious, but
That's
and
the
then-
anemone test.
yeah. And then I slowly crept in, so hopefully we can see on the anemone like what's in focus.
Yeah. Okay, so I have 280 to 345, an enemy test crept in. Then later we'll do a ret test. Maybe we'll actually get a usable, nice picture of something, like, or something we want to share
Yeah. You're saying
with Dave. It was a nice looking enemy, but
okay. So before we do this, I want to tell Copilot, probably have him come up a little.
yeah, we should probably do it far from the bottom or you might make a terrible mess.
Yeah, I was going to try to start at like... Yeah, well, actually, we should just come up. All right. Copilot.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Jeff wants to test some things on the motors. So we have a new engineering objective.
Okay.
We want to go slowly ramp up to full power on the motors.
Okay.
So I'm going to go from 0 to 100 up, just on verts.
Okay.
Take Z-Bass out, go from 0 to 100 up so he can get data points along that line.
Okay.
And then same thing back down. And then once more up, once more down. And then same thing forward and backwards twice.
You want to come up off the bottom 20 meters or so? Or where do you
Yeah,
want
I
to
think
settle out?
No, I think it'd be smart to at least make our altitude like 10 or something.
10 or 12. Well, yeah, unless you might stir up the bottom doing all this. You want to go up a little higher?
Yeah, sure. We can go up to 20 is fine.
20?
Yeah.
All right. Ready to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start coming up.
All righty.
Nav, I don't know if you need to tell Bridge that we're not actually coming up. We're just in the water column, but...
I bet they're listening.
Okay, good. Just don't want to throw them for a loop.
Actually, when I've gone up there in the middle of the day, I've found for the most part they only listen to nav. They don't listen to the pilots. I guess it depends on the people, but yesterday when I was up there.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Bridge nav. We're just doing some thruster tests, maybe 10 meters from the bottom. We'll be finishing up soon and hopefully moving towards the shipwreck target.
Just backing up a little towards
Okay.
So we're going to do down, and then up, or up and then down.
I was going to do up.
Up.
Yeah.
So up 0 to, are you going to go 0 to 90? 0 to 100.
No, 0 to 100.
0 to 100.
Yeah.
And then down.
Yeah, and actually, why don't you keep coming up
Okay.
down just so I can start at the bottom of your...
Not a problem.
And I've still got... actually, I'll just put in auto depth and take it out right before we go. Take C-bias all the way out.
Oh yeah, otherwise you won't get 100, right?
Yeah.
And then we're going to do 4 aft,
Yep.
twice. Okay. I'm ready to note times.
Okay.
Okay, it's a Delta 20.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Thanks. So, yeah, I'm just going to go. I guess I'll just keep it until it's safe and come off. So, okay, I'm going to take out auto depth first. There's no commands now. 15, 16, 25.
15, 16, 28.
Going up. That's full. Okay. Coming off. 15, 16. Take about 20 seconds each time, I guess. You think that was slow enough for him?
Yeah, I don't think you have to leave it at the top.
Okay.
There. I think you just want to ramp up and ramp down.
Okay. Actually, one question
I'm going
is...
to come up some more, Chris.
Yeah, sounds good. Do they want auto head out? Like, do they want no other thruster commands?
Probably.
Okay. Because I had auto head in for that, just because I think it's a little safer. But
All right. Do you want to do down now?
yeah.
I'll just write with auto head. You're doing it twice.
Okay.
Okay. Down.
You want me to keep auto head in then? For this one?
No, why don't you take it out from now?
Okay. Okay. Coming down. Oops. Coming down, starting now.
Okay.
That's full. Okay. Coming
It's
off.
a lot of mud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's ended. So
59.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep coming down.
Where's that loop going? Oh, it's just...
Yeah, it's ahead.
Yeah, no, it's,
I'm gonna push that a little. Okay, I won't leave it on as long this time.
Oh, you're, one of your verts faulted there?
Ah. Oops. There we go.
So port vert fault.
Yeah, that's...
yeah, that happened on the descent too, right after.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what he was at percentage-wise on the way down? Okay.
No.
He did. He said that might happen, so...
You mean when it tripped? No, I don't know what it was.
Okay. You ready for another one?
Yeah, we're going up now.
Up, yep. No auto head. 15,
Okay.
19, 10.
15, 19, 10.
Okay, that's full, and I'm backing off.
Okay, they didn't trip out. That's good.
And that ended at like 32, I think. Okay, ready for coming back down?
Yep.
Okay. Starting 15, 19, 51.
Okay.
Okay, that's full. Coming off.
It's a 10.
Yep. I'm gonna keep coming down.
All right, so now we're just going to do 4 aft, the same thing.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
I guess
We're
you...
going to turn sideways.
Yeah, I could just. Yeah, I could just turn sideways and go.
Yep.
That might be safer than with the
Okay.
tether.
It's giving you a good dust off too before we get to the wreck.
Yeah. And I wasn't even planting. I was just using Z-bias. I increased it 3%.
Yeah, we could do the USBL test with you in Auto XY.
Yeah, that sounds good. 'Cause it's-
Test that for 5 minutes.
Yeah. And do swing arms back out at the same time.
Yep.
Okay.
Did the port upper ever work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Slowly though. It came out
Okay.
really
Yeah, I'll
slow.
have to do the needle valve.
Okay. There's no commands now. You ready to go full ahead?
So you're gonna float up during this too, a little?
Yeah.
I guess it's only 10 seconds. But
Yeah. That's why
Yeah.
I brought it down a little.
I'll
Okay.
try to follow you with the camera.
Yeah, go ahead.
All
Yep.
right.
Okay.
You're going ahead?
Yep.
Okay.
15, 21, 30.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
15, 21, 48. Okay. Coming back. 15, 22, 08. Starting now.
Okay.
Okay, that's full back. Coming off. Now is 15, 22, 25.
Okay.
And I'm going to come back down before we start the next
Yeah,
forward.
you're drifting.
Okay, that's a little nicer. Ready for the next forward?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
152306.
Yep. Going forward. Okay, that's full forward.
And 23.
Yep. Okay, ready for reverse?
Yep.
15, 23, 36. Okay. Alrighty.
And a 52.
Yep.
All right.
52.
I have all the times for the logs there.
Perfect. Okay.
So we did motors. Still cam will finish on the wreck, so yeah, we can just
Did
do.
you adjust the craft as you wanted to, or no?
No, we're gonna so we're gonna go back down and then acquire bottom, put it in auto XY, and then you can put out the swing arms. I'll bump
Okay.
up the craft, and then we're
Okay.
gonna do a little bit of a USBL test while
Okay.
the vehicle's stationary.
All right.
Yeah, we should be done in 10 minutes, and then we can
Okay.
start.
You ready to go
heading.
down?
Yes,
All right.
I am. Yep.
It's going down.
Okay, altitude 17.
I get nervous about that tether coming up.
Yeah.
I serious.
I know. I'm actually
Push out a
I'm
little
gonna
bit?
push out and go lateral
I've come
to
to all stop.
left, maybe a little.
I guess we do this during the mid-water. We just keep D2 right below, right?
Yeah. There's like no current though, so
Yeah.
it's actually doing what it's supposed to. It's just I don't quite know how to help it. Because pushing out just takes it tighter, you know.
Yeah.
think letting that football do its job kind of helps. What do you think? Ready to come back down, just kind of like this?
Yep.
Try to.
Sure.
Okay, there's bottom.
It's bottom. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put in auto depth. And auto XY.
So Nav, are you in auto XY now?
Yeah, Nav.
Sorry, pilot. I'm Nav. Pilot, this is Nav. Are you in auto XY?
Affirmative.
Okay.
So you can start the USBL. I just realized he asked us to do the hydraulic motor too. So I'll tell you time on that too.
Oh, yeah. Okay. If you give me a sec, I'll get them moving.
Okay.
Because that will take a while.
Yeah, sure.
Bridge, Nav. We'd like to do a USBL test similar to yesterday, where we swing the heading about 45 degrees one direction and then back, or to whatever you'd prefer. Do you think the conditions will allow that right now? Yeah, that sounds good. It doesn't have to be all continuous. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the ship is doing the heading change, and I'm making notes. You want to do the hydraulic?
Yeah, Jeff just said don't worry about the hydraulic.
Okay.
So we can actually turn it on and then down if you want to get the swing arms back out.
Lars, want to learn some more nav?
Roland, do you see that flare right now, or is it only when we tilt down?
I did not see it.
Oh, actually, yeah, we got to get our swing arms out, I think, first. We'll do that and then see. What's that? I don't think so. We did do some hydraulic work in Quonset, mostly Dan and Carl, and Sean. And we did clean those valves and flush the new oil through them. So maybe that tweaked it a little. The swing arms the needle valves are cranked way down on all of them just because it doesn't take hardly anything to get them out there. Yeah, there's that flare. Okay. Right? Where'd it go?
It's a very small one that was in the top right.
Yeah. But that's...
Go ahead, Bridge.
The lower swing arms, is that the cause?
Oh, yes, please. Perfect, thank you.
I don't know, that's typically where we keep them, I think.
You want me to move them and see if it changes it?
Sure, maybe
I
just...
go inboard or outboard. They should be full outboard now.
Okay.
Where
Maybe
do you
just-
see the flare? You're talking about the one on the
It was over here, but now
Yeah.
I see one in the top
on
right.
the top right.
Yeah, there was one at the bottom that was bothersome.
And then let's mess with the starboard side. Lower. Let's see. We'll go inboard. Doesn't change.
There it is.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. So here, let me before you move that,
Okay.
let me see if I can see if it's off the back of the craft or something.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, hydraulics coming on.
Again. And there it goes. It's gone. It's back. It's minimized right there.
So it's off the jaws.
All right. You want me to bring it back outboard again? See? Didn't we talk about that on the last trip about maybe painting the backside of them black?
Yeah. Let me I'm just gonna bring over the mini Zeus. I want to see what angle that is.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought to mitigate that and just for general stowage, we move the craft like here usually. You know, like
Yeah, right in the middle of the box.
Right.
Right.
Still
What?
there.
Is it?
Flare there. Now the flare's out.
Well, but the light is all the way inboard. Bring it back.
Sure, yeah.
Thing is, sometimes they operate with the swing arms up, sometimes
Yeah,
down.
that's true. Well,
Depending
yeah,
on the
but
terrain.
usually they're back outboard all the way.
Unless we're in terrain.
Yeah.
No, he's saying
Inboard.
the
or-
difference between inboard and outboard, not stow and deploy.
Oh, okay.
It's still there, so let me. I mean,
Yeah, I think it's the not the top or the bottom of the grip, but the side,
yeah,
the finger side of it.
right. So as long as we know that that's kind of what it is, hopefully we can work together to prevent that. Because like yesterday when we were doing the photogrammetry, there was one there and we couldn't.
Couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah,
Done with hydraulics then? Or?
I think so. Yeah, let me kill hydraulics to craft.
Okay.
Hydraulics off.
All right.
Okay, so now we're just waiting on the USBL test.
Which way is our target? Oh, the waypoint. Oh,
That's a
there
good
it is.
question.
Okay.
The target is roughly west, so if you guys want to line
West.
up in that direction.
Okay.
Actually, you have to stay still for a moment. But,
Yep. No problem.
but as soon as we're done. 250 meters, so we'll just try to go pretty quickly. Copy that, bridge. Copy. All right, pilots, you can move the D2 to start a westerly move, and then I'll call that in.
Copy. Westerly. All right, so we're both just gonna come right a little, yeah?
Yep.
All right, coming out of autos.
Bridge nav. Yeah, we're all done that test. Thank you for accommodating. You can change to whatever heading you'd like to keep the ship happy. Copy that.
We can adjust the sonars right before we get there.
Yeah. Starting to see that
All
line
right.
again. Is that the same one?
I think so. Yeah.
Same furrow.
Yeah. So now that flare is just is in the top right when we're looking dead ahead. Ooh, what we got there, Roland?
Hey,
Big
look at
fish.
Go ahead and zoom.
Looks like a good candidate for photos.
For stills?
Yeah.
We
You
can
want me
turn
to
it on. Yeah, go ahead.
It's on.
That zoom focus thing was not me.
I can't get any closer. I'm at the end of my tether.
Yeah.
That's happened recently, right?
Yeah, it just happened just then. It's like a flash focus.
That's as close as I can get
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, the stills are useless. You can turn it off. It's
Okay.
just blackness.
Yeah. That's a big fish.
Yeah.
Lasers. Good laser test.
Lasers on. Ooh. Oh, okay.
There you go.
I thought one was over the other.
Say he's, what, 40 centimeters?
Yeah,
Yeah, easy.
something like that.
My
Yeah.
estimation. Ooh, there's one of those viper fish.
Just right below, right there.
Yeah. I really like these guys.
Yeah. Hold there. Okay, keep going.
I guess he's not a viper fish.
Does that mean you don't like it?
I don't like him. No. I love him. He's cute. Just like the ones that the shrimp love to eat. Okay.
Okay.
Ship's still stationary, right?
I think
Did he put a move in?
Oh no, we're gonna wait for their heading change.
Oh,
It'll be just a minute or two.
Okay.
So I dropped a target 70 meters prior to where they think it is, in case it's not where they think it is. We'll just get there, check our sonars, then proceed.
Can you go ahead and bump out our sonars, maybe?
Yeah, can do that. Oh, yeah, there's some more. This line looks even more distinct. 25 meters out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sitting on the seafloor, but
The way you got that shadow in the middle, it's got to be just
yeah.
like this, a trough.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, how it returns on the first ridge,
Right.
and
And the second one. You know they've drug all kinds of stuff through here.
then, oh yeah. Yep.
Do you like 80 pilot? I feel like it can't really see 100.
Yeah, I like 80. That's what we saw the one on yesterday, we started picking it up like in between 60 and 80. We started getting a consistent return every pass, and then yeah, we just use that as a guide.
Yeah. So are you headed our move will be bearing 275.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just exploring in the tether length.
I guess we can, if you stay ahead and we see that whatever these lines are, we can do a ship easy stop if it's something of interest or danger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll stay ahead. I won't mow the lawn on the way there. I'll stay ahead.
Yeah, we just have a few more, 14 more degrees to go. It'll just be a couple minutes. So to summarize our engineering tests, we did the trim. Still cam, we're going to continue. We did all the motor tests, and the USBL cal resulted in a drift of about 8.5. Let's see. Yeah, 8.5 meters.
Is that a big crab?
Yeah.
Center screen.
I guess that makes sense. We're double.
Yeah.
How's your buoyancy feel today? Did you guys? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, usually you're somewhere around 20, aren't you, on the bottom, 19 to 20, so another 10 pounds maybe? Yeah. Or another 20.
I think we're just going to step it up at
10, yeah. That'd probably do it.
Watch those claws. He's waiting for you.
Copy that, Bridge. Are you ready for a ship move? Okay, can we go 170 meters, bearing 275 degrees, and speed 0.2 if you're comfortable with that? Good, copy. And if 0.2 is comfortable, after a bit we could try 0.3.
Okay, I'm on 275.
Copy that, Bridge.
No.
The Okeanos Explorer has joined the conference call.
Maybe a little bit now. Very little. What did he ask for? 0.2?
Yeah, point 2 will just take 28 minutes.
Okay.
I'll mark this trough in high pack once we get there. We're about 20 meters out. Go ahead, Bridge. Hold off a minute. We're approaching maybe a pipeline or a trough in a couple minutes, and once we see what that is and get past it, I think we should speed up. It looks so linear. Can I range you in for a minute?
I can see it in Sirius view there.
I guess they bury cables and pipes, so maybe is it one
Not
that was
out
buried?
here.
No, not out here.
More likely it was an old anchor chain.
Just sat down.
Yeah, it works its way into the bottom. Or it could be an active anchor chain. You don't know. But yeah, they won't spend the time to bury a pipe.
Could it also just be a ridge in the sediment?
Yeah. You mean a natural ridge? It's too straight for that.
Not necessarily natural, but, you know, just at this point, nothing more than sediment.
Right, exactly. Back in the day, some of the old sonar fish used to have a chain dangling down behind them to keep them a constant altitude off the bottom.
So you're heading west, so it's basically north-south. A trough. I think so.
This is the Okeanos video engineer Roland Bryan making the general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with our archive video, as well as being streamed to the world via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today, and enjoy the dive. Thank you. Shoreside, can we have everyone verify that their phones are muted? I'm currently hearing myself coming back.
I don't know, but it shows up in your sonar as a rock or a piece of metal.
Yeah, I'd say proceed OK EX. Oops. Jeez.
It's your sonar
everybody,
stop.
I'm going to
who do we
range you
have on
back
the
out on
line?
your sonar.
Copy.
Back to 80.
Looks like cloth, plastic bag, something like that.
It's huge, though.
It's big.
You want to do a quick zoom, Roland, just to see if we can find out what it is?
Hi, do we have
If it's
anyone on the line?
Geologic.
Oh, you know what it looks like? It looks like a plankton. No? Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay, let's come wide.
welcome. Hey, Amy.
Thought maybe it was a plankton net at first.
I
But
think I'm going to go around this side.
What do
Hey,
you think
Jack.
it is?
no, at first I thought it was a plankton net
That's Scott.
because it's, comes down to a cod end. It
Yeah.
almost looked like, but
It's very still.
yeah,
Is it just a tarp that's
Yeah.
floating?
could be.
But it seems too still to be.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, that's why it's not waving at all. I guess there's not much current, right?
There's a little bit, enough that the fish and stuff are floating by.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like very still plastic.
Stand by, everyone.
I'll mark it.
Video is going to make a change to
Maybe it's
the
a sail
intercom in
off the
OKEX. Currently, no one can hear shoreside. It's an error on my part.
Actually, the bottom there is moving around a little.
Okay, so does a tarp.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I'll call in increase to 0.3 to get us there.
Okay.
Okay.
Bridge nav.
Okay, shoreside. Let's try that
Our
again.
sonars are
now
clear, so
connected you to the correct phone
if
line.
you're still comfortable, we'd like to speed up to 0.3.
Everyone should be able to hear shoreside. Yeah, okay.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Bridge.
I guess if it was a tarp, that'd make sense.
Shoreside, can you confirm that
doesn't
you
have
can
a ton of
hear us?
hard
Yeah, you
materials
guys
in.
sound much better now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent.
All right, wonderful. So I think we got everyone that is going to join us for the planning call. Frank said a note that he's not going to be able to join us. So just quick recap, the ROV got down about an hour and a half ago.
Okay,
They
now
did all
back
their
on heading.
tests, and we are
Okay.
now heading towards the wreck site. We are anticipating to have it within sonar range in about half an hour.
Almost
So
looks
we're
like
at
you can see where it was
1880
sweeping
meters.
around there if you
And
look on Sirius view.
so yeah, just want to give the shore base
Yep.
team basically a chance to review the plan. We sent it out last night, so it's going to be very similar to what we do yesterday. Approach the wreck, do a general survey around the wreck site once we find it, and then after the ROV team is able to inspect it and is happy to start a more systematic survey, we'll do a routine back and forth video mosaicing survey, trying to get good imagery. And then, of course, if that is completed and we have time, well, we'll do any additional close-up imagery. Just for those of you who haven't been able to review the dive plan, it is a much smaller site than what we saw yesterday. So it's only 10 meters. And hopefully,
that
if it
registers
has
5-minute
less
current
relief,
average
it
of
should take us
0.
less time also to inspect it.
Wow.
Any comments or questions
At
from
least
the
at
shore
40
base
meters.
science
Yeah.
team?
This is Jack Arian from BOEM. No, I think you've outlined the plan pretty well. When we do the mosaicing, I think what we want to do is do straight lines across it, pirouette, and come back along the same line so that we get imagery from both sides. Rather than going across and backing up, we want to actually spin around and come back over it.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll make sure we convey to the pilots that every turn will be 180 degrees, so that essentially the ROV is always moving forward as it makes those passes. And if it's returning along the same line, it's going the opposite direction.
Right. The site, from what we know of it, has very little relief, so we won't have any of the challenges that we had yesterday. There may be other challenges, but it won't be that.
Exactly.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions about the dive?
Well, I think Chris Arell is on the phone. He might want to give a little background. This is a site that was of interest to him.
Yeah, so this site was discovered, I believe, in 2011, or maybe 2010. I cannot remember. During some routine work that Murphy Oil was doing, they ran across this feature, and they basically got about 30 seconds worth of video before they backed away from it, as they're supposed to, and notified us. And we've been interested in trying to get back out there for some time now. Murphy is now Noble Energy, who you guys have talked to, and that platform that you guys are probably next to, or will be next to, is the one that's now controlled by Noble. But at any rate, the site's, as you guys know, is fairly small. It seems fairly contained. It may be the bottom of a ship, or it might be the side of a hull, or it might be something else. We just don't know. It's the video data that we got from Murphy early on was very spotty. But that's all part of the exploration part of this thing. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get, and I know Doug Jones and others have been interested in this site as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in about 30 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other comments or questions about the dive?
So we're 10 minutes from the 70-meter distant target.
All right.
I think we're good on our end.
Excellent. Yeah, so thanks so much.
Copy that.
We will, again, proceed to the site and anticipate to be within sonar range at 11:30 Central Time. I think we're just going to go
10 minutes
grab a
to
quick
the
bite to eat, and then we'll
70
see you all for the
meters from
dive.
the
Thanks so
site.
much for joining us.
Roger that.
See you soon.
So, pilot, have you thought of your voiceover? This is one giant leap for science.
I think David Attenborough, definitely. Yeah.
Not much on sonar. I think this is going to be a good one.
Small black floaty at the bottom.
Going off the left of center.
That went off the bottom. There's another one
Okay.
coming now.
Yeah, it looks like a
Second one.
jellyfish.
Bridge nav. Bridge nav. Yeah, as we're approaching closer to the platform, I just want to check what forces you see on the DP. Do you have a? Does it have a current measurement or current estimate? Copy that. So it. Excellent. The ADCP at 40 meters deep shows 0 knots. I guess we'll see how your number changes when we stop too. Thank you. So what do you think when we get there? We'll do a couple 20-meter moves till it's in sonar range. And then
Yeah, just creep in. We'll, yeah, that way we can, if I'm out 20 meters, I know it's safe enough to bring Sirius in 20 more, and we'll just leapfrog. Do a hazard survey.
yeah, 40 meters left in that move.
Copy that.
4 minutes.
Current's picked up a little. I think coming northwest to southeast. Still not a ton, but it's enough that it makes me want to turn my head, and it's bringing the tether out to the southeast.
See that. Copy that, bridge.
Looks like a sizable shrimp on the left.
Yeah, the forecast still has the winds picking up at midnight to 20 to 25 here.
So it hit a little later than we thought it would, right?
Yeah, I think a couple days ago it said around noon today.
Well, what's the direction?
From the south,
From the
same as
south.
it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, well, ship's been stopped a couple minutes. So I was thinking 20 meters bearing 270.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Actually, everything's so clear and we're still pretty far. I'll do 30. for
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Bridge nav. Could we do another ship move? 30 meters bearing 270 degrees at 0.2 knots. Good copy. Copy that, bridge. All right. HiPAC shows us 90 meters from the target. We're about to do 30 of the 90.
Copy that.
You want to drop the Sirius sonar back down to 80, maybe? That 100 scale's not.
Yeah, it doesn't show much, right?
Doesn't show much. No.
Yeah, imagine if we had that 200 meter multi-beam on Sirius. Take all the guessing out of this.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the excitement because we would already know what we were heading towards before we...
You would just extend the unknown to 200 though. We'd still be doing the same thing.
It's true. Like the shipping container full of washers, you would have known the very second you got to the bottom what it was. Then you would have had to approach it for half an hour.
Yep.
Okay, as you're stretching out, you're 76 meters from the expected target.
Copy.
Want to scan north and south and see?
Sure. Nothing to the south, really.
Nope.
They already give you a full description of the sonar? That is. You know what that is? Huh? So this is actually, see it's 30, that little over 20 meters out. That's D2 showing up in Sirius's view. Yep.
There's something out there, but I think it's biological.
On your camera?
Yeah.
There's something.
Is it a octopus? Ooh.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think we have a couple minutes for a little highlight.
We just,
How about
Is that a lobster?
How about digital stills?
Octopus?
yeah, I think it's an
You want to go
octopus.
for the stills also?
No,
No?
no. Let's start the zoom rolling. Cool. The Kraken.
He's walking.
Yeah.
He's also not scared of you.
I think he's going to realize somebody's bigger in front of him in a
We
second.
were just getting situated here for the dive, and yeah, this wonderful cephalopod came in view. We are at 1,880 meters. Some beautiful close-up imagery.
You want lasers on for size?
Yeah, laser's on.
Sure.
It's good.
Okay.
So yeah, those laser pointers are at 4
Lasers
inches
on.
or 10 centimeters apart. So that's
Try to
got
get
to
in
be
a
about
little
8
tighter.
inches
Let's
across.
go tight to his eyes.
Sure.
Scientists like to count the number of tentacles with.
Okay.
It's got a little tentacle there in the front.
It is Octopus Friday. How are we doing on the move?
I think it looks like the move might have just stopped, so you can jump out ahead. And
Okay, whenever you're clear, Roland will leave him be.
I thought I saw something small on your sonar about 40 meters out towards the direction of the wreck, but it might have just been a fish or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gone now. So, assuming you stretch out and don't see anything, I'll get maybe another 30 in that direction.
Sure. There's a little blip out
Yeah,
there.
there's something. Yep.
Yeah. That's probably it.
A little over 60 meters away.
Bridge nav.
We'll put the sonar up full screen on stream 3.
We have a ship move 30 meters, bearing 270 degrees at 0.2 knots.
Hey, Mike Vecchione here.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, I just was going to tell you a little bit about that octopod.
Oh, wonderful. Why don't you go ahead?
Good copy, Bridge.
Okay, it's called a Muse octopus. It's recently changed to that. It used to be called benthic octopus. It's a typical octopod, benthic octopod of the deep sea. And one characteristic about these is that
the
you don't have a functional ink sac.
50 meters due west, and that
so
is
that, even though it looks a lot like a shallow water octopod, it's different in several ways. It also doesn't have the capability of producing the bumpiness on its skin that shallow water octopods do. But the color pattern on it was very characteristic. And I should be able to tell you what species it is, but I'd have to look the name up before I said
shows
that.
up 8 meters
Wonderful. Thanks, Mike.
long or across.
That was a great close-up. Thank you.
Do we know if we're approaching end on or broadside?
Yeah, so for those folks who might have just joined us, this is the second dive of a 23-day expedition on a NOAA ship, Okeanos Explorer.
Co-pilot, you've been consistently at 12 or 13.
Yes,
go comfortable there.
Today's dive
keep it there,
started,
I think, once we get
reached
tighter.
about 2 hours from now, and the first part of the dive was dedicated to engineering tests. The ROV team has informed us that all tests ran smoothly, and so right now we are proceeding to a archaeological site.
Keep an eye on the mud for artifacts.
1,880 meters.
Yeah, good idea.
So the site was first mapped in 2006 by SiteScan mapping
Roland, are you past the
surveys by
skids?
industry, and they came across
Yes,
the
I
site
Okay,
about 10 meters to,
sounds
long,
good.
by 4 meters wide.
Just go ahead and keep it there.
And then just 4 years later, industry operations using ROVs actually came across this site.
Coming up on the sonar?
They just spent a little under 30 seconds and got a couple of low-resolution images of the site that looks very much like the bottom of the ship, but we have no idea of what it is, what type of vessel it is, or when it might have gone down. And so we are approaching the site right now. We anticipate being able to see it in sonar range probably within the next few minutes or so. In terms of the overall goals of today's dives, is for those who joined us yesterday, they're very similar. So again, I mentioned the first part of the dive was dedicated to doing the tests.
Pilot, you want to do some north-south looks?
Completed.
Sure.
And so now we are going to the archaeological portion of the dive. And so once we do see it, and hopefully that will be soon, we'll spend a little bit of time just doing some general reconnaissance, surveying the wreck, basically doing a complete drive around it, making sure there's no hazards around the site. And once the ROV team has done a complete inspection of the ROV site, we will spend a little bit of time doing a video mapping survey. So this is basically we're going to do some very slow passes back and forth over the wreck, a technique known as photogrammetry. It basically allows video analysts to stitch all of that imagery together and build a nice 3D visual model of the site. So we hope to conduct that. And then depending on how much time is left in the end of the dive, we'll spend a bit of time just getting some close-ups, looking at any archaeological artifacts as well as any biology that's found on the site. To give folks a heads up, so we'll weather permitting, we'll be on the bottom till about 3:30 Central Time. So that is, we should give us plenty of time. Should give us another 4 hours here on the bottom.
10 more meters in the ship move.
So yeah, we're very excited. I really appreciate our shore-based science team. There's a lot of archaeologists joining us from around the country. And I'll give maybe some of our shore-based scientists a chance to introduce themselves and maybe say a little bit about the site if they so desire.
Hi, this is Jack Arian with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We're here with Chris Orell and Irina Sorsit from the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, which is our sister agency. Like you said, these targets that we've been looking at yesterday and today were all located and reported to us as a result of oil industry surveys, which is the first step that they do towards developing their oil lease. So this is a previously really unexplored site.
So it's
we
more
have very
280
little
from
imagery from it. We have a bit of a sonar target, which is actually not much to look at.
Oh, but Sirius is...
And a tiny bit of
Sirius would have to go
low-resolution
270.
video, which is just enough to give us a hint that it could be a shipwreck.
Okay.
Could be a very old shipwreck, or it
So we'll
could be
do another
something else
270
entirely.
then.
But we're
It's
standing by
40
to
meters
see
from you.
what emerges out of the
Maybe we could do
plume here in
20 for the next one.
And this is one that Chris Orell, my colleague from Bessie, has been particularly interested in.
Copy that,
I know
Bridge.
He's had conversations with the oil company itself about researching this, and so we're glad to get a chance to take a look at it with them as well.
So we have a consistent hard return, 40 meters
Excellent.
away.
Thank you, Jack.
Sonar,
Bridge nav.
slowly approaching.
And so, yeah,
Can we
are,
get a ship
for those
move
folks who can't
20
see the
meters,
sonar,
bearing
we are
270
coming,
degrees,
closer, and it looks
0.2
like
knots.
About 40 meters away from us, there is some hard returns. And that looks very much like the site that you were describing. Again,
Good
that's
copy,
about
Bridge.
10 meters long by 4 meters wide. And so, yeah, we should be seeing it shortly.
Watch the pilot.
It's always a great relief to come on something that small and 1,800
Just
feet
want to
of
let you
water.
know I will be turning my head
Frankly,
north and
someone
south
been
before
around
we
as
get there
long as
just
I
to see
have,
if
it's
there's a
fairly
debris
amazing.
field. But we are headed in the direction of that hard return. Sure.
So, yeah, pilot has just informed us that once we get closer, we'll be turning to the right here and just making sure that there's no debris field around the site. But we should be seeing
Copy that, Bridge.
the site here momentarily.
So this is Mike White here out on the ship. For folks following along on Stream 3, we thought we'd give you a diagnostic of what our dive site looks today. Technically, this has been a very challenging dive. We're only about a mile away from one of the rigs down here in the Gulf. For folks following along on Stream 3, what you're going to see is a kind of cartoonish layout of our dive today. The black diamond you want to think of as the rig. The rig is essentially floating there on top of the surface. These bright orange lines are oil and gas pipelines that are coming to and from the rig, delivering and extracting resources. And this red flag here is where we have our dive site today that we're approaching, as you can see in streams 1 and 2. When we were preparing for this dive, we were reaching out with our partners and colleagues over at BOEM, Jack Irons,
And
my colleague
closing.
Nick Palenko on the ship. We were able to retrieve a image and the
Please stay still
coordinates
for a
of the
moment and
actual
I'll try to
mooring
measure it.
points that are holding this
Sure.
rig in the
Stationary.
station.
Okay.
And so what you see here
Lower
are
your
these yellow
range.
cylinders have
Copy.
just appeared here, and these are the geo-referenced mooring
medium.
points have been surveyed in. And we know there are anchor lines or chains that are connecting the rig to 12 of these yellow cylinders representing the mooring points on the seafloor. So overnight, what we tried to do, using our multi-beam sonar, we did some slow passes over these and to see in the water column if
By
we can
5
actually
meters.
see these anchor chains.
Square.
And again, we're doing
Okay.
this because of the
Typical
safety of the
ship
vehicles,
sized.
right? We are on a ship
45
floating in
square meter
about
target.
1,800 meters of water, tethered to
We do
two
have the
pretty
image here that
expensive
shows
robots that
it's
are traversing the
It's a funny sonar
seafloor.
target.
And one of the
Yeah,
things
it
we're always
is.
concerned is tanglement issues or any obstructions for safety of the vehicles. So overnight, we ran our fan, our multi-beam sonar over. Here at the top of the triangle, you want to think is our ship. These returns here, these
right.
U-shaped returns are the side lobes. And essentially, we were able to beam over
generally,
these
if
anchor
that's the
chains.
case,
And
then
this
at least we
morning,
get
my
a
colleague
rim.
and I, Jason
Yeah.
Mayer,
At least see a
processed
little
the
bit of
multi-beam
Yeah, that's
water
true.
column
Yeah, yeah.
data, and we were able to pull out from these returns the actual mooring anchor lines
I'll put it
that we
back
could
out
see in the
till we're there.
multi-beam water
Okay,
column
keep
data.
looking around.
And these matched up
Sounds
really,
good.
really nicely on the
I'll give it another
seafloor,
sweep
where
here.
we had the where we had from the survey sheet the anchor lines onto the seafloor. So this enables us, all of these working together, reaching out across our partners, getting a dive site from the community, ensuring safety of the vehicles. This has led us to be able to do this technically difficult dive today. And of course, knowing exactly where these are in the water column for things like recovery and redeployment, always keeping in mind the safety of the vehicles, was a really important aspect for our dive today.
Thanks, Mike. That's some fantastic work. And we're now about 20 meters from the wreck site and approaching. And you can see our pilots continue to scan both left and right on the seafloor to look for any debris fields that may be around the wreck site.
Okay, doesn't look like there's much of a debris field here.
So again, if you
Okay,
just joined
I'll
us,
zoom
we
you
are
in,
at 1,880 meters,
we'll start to approach
about
it.
150 miles south of Pascagoula,
See a
about
little
60
fishing line
miles
there on the
where we
lower
were
left.
yesterday. And today is going to be a dive for those that joined us yesterday.
15
Very
meters
similar.
away.
This
Looks like
is what
the
we
ship
believe
should be stopping soon.
an
Sirius will swing
archaeological
a little
site
more.
that we do
Copy
have
that.
some really low resolution imagery from. But we have no
I expect
idea
we'll see
what
it here soon.
type of vessel
I
it
think
is.
I see it out there in
what,
the distance.
time period it was originated from, and so
Copy
we'll
that,
be
Bridge. Thank
exploring
you.
it. And really glad that you
Okay,
can
we have
all
sonar
join us
target
and
and visual.
join on the exploration and see these as it unfolds in real time.
So it is, yeah, still 270 from you.
And it looks like we have our first
270,
visual
yeah.
right now on some
Still 15 meters
perhaps
away.
the wreck or some associated seafloor debris that
We could
we
get
are
Sirius to where
approaching.
you are at least. Maybe 15 meters on Sirius.
Sure. I don't see any hazards in the area. I'll do a quick scan.
Okeanos, can we ask who else might be on the shoreline?
Daniel Warren
Okay.
from CNC Scientific.
I don't see
Melanie
any
Moore, Baum.
hazards in the foreground here, so keep
All right.
proceeding towards the subject.
Bowman, OER.
Yeah, I think 15 meters is good.
I agree.
Bridge nav. Could I have a ship move 15 meters, bearing 270 degrees, speed 0.2 knots. Good copy, Bridge.
So as we're slowly approaching the debris field, I'll just make a couple of quick comments. So yeah, of course we have a lot of shoreside archaeologists joining us today.
Possible
historians
octopus
also,
underneath.
Copy that, Bridge.
and really appreciate everybody being engaged and helping
Well, the
in
sonar
planning for this
can't
dive.
really get it to look good anymore.
But I do want to, as a
it
biologist,
is.
say just a few
I'm up a
things
little high,
that these
too.
shipwrecks are not just of interest to historians and archaeologists, Biologists actually, these shipwrecks provide some
So
really
your face
valuable information
290 and
because
looks
once
like
they are dated, they
keel
give
along
you kind of a
290
timestamp and
Right.
allow you to understand something about the life history of some of these animals that are growing on them. Many of the deep sea animals are very slow growing and
Center
long
line.
lived, and as a result, it's very
290.
difficult to try to estimate the ages of these organisms. And so when you have a structure that is of known age, that gives you a maximum estimate of how old the organisms that grow on it might be. And then you can also, of course, use that to infer growth rates. And some species like deep sea corals that are very long-lived, and we don't know much about. Some of the only information we have about their growth rates are from shipwreck sites like this. So they do provide a lot of information and really a window into the past and for many disciplines. And just kind of the overall objective of some of these dives, of why study some of these archaeologists. So they do have, of course, a lot of management implications too. So doing these types of surveys.
Ship is moving, so Sirius should
help
creep closer.
Okay. Copy that.
Folks nominate some of the sites potentially for national, for the National Register of Historic Places.
Do you want to zoom
there's
on
a
it?
whole bunch of submerged sites in the Gulf of Mexico and elsewhere in the country that are listed on this list.
Going for the green
and
thing?
As a result,
Yes, sir.
get some
Yeah,
additional protection.
Pretty sure that's
So yeah, we have a beautiful
copper,
imagery
brass.
here of,
Yeah,
of
that's
the
what I
site.
thought, like a copper.
Go ahead and give it a zoom.
Copper pin.
with stuff growing
So
on
it looks like
Yep.
we've approached a wooden hull vessel here. Looks to be some ribs and perhaps a keel. And we're zooming on a object now. It's unclear what that is. Maybe.
Looks like a copper drift pin.
Okay. So perhaps a copper pin.
Possibly the fastener that went through the keelson to the keel.
Okay. So like a very long keel bolt or something like that.
You want to tilt to the top?
Sure.
There's that greenish coloration of copper.
How far are we from the tugboat?
Pretty far.
Oh, okay.
Okay, video's clear.
100 miles.
Okay.
or so.
Yeah, we went on that.
Come on.
There's an octopus down below.
Yeah. So which way do you think we should survey?
I guess to port because the tether's going that way.
Yeah.
Is there a way to disable the workshop?
I can. I do have that ability.
We're interested to see what that roundish looking object in the center is. When we get over there.
Yeah, I guess. Pilot,
Copy that.
just let me
We'll,
know what you
as
want.
we work our way around, we'll be sure to do some zooms
Yeah, I
on
guess
that object.
we
to,
could
see if we can get a close-up view.
How far to the end of the move?
I think it looks like it might have just ended.
Okay. You could maybe push Sirius in another.
Another 10 meters.
Yeah.
And Sirius is basically 270 is the wreck. So.
Hey guys, this is Melanie. This is not a very beamy vessel, and it's very short. I'm wondering if this might be a lifeboat.
There's some more debris, it looks like, off to the left of the screen, too.
Bridge nav. Could I have a ship move?
It looks like there may be a few
10
metal
meters,
objects along
bearing
the center line of the
270
vessel
degrees,
there.
speed
There's
0
that circular
decimal 2
object towards
knots.
the back and then towards the front, something that's sort of standing up off of the
So
The
Good
keel
copper,
area.
Bridge.
looks like the side of something more than the bottom, doesn't it?
You can lose the skids.
Oh, is that maybe the compass mount or something?
Yeah, let's do a zoom here, Roland. I think they were expressing interest in the round object.
Jack, that's a
Partial.
zoom on that circular object I think that
Copy.
you guys were looking at. Perhaps some part of the propulsion system.
Roger that.
Thank you, Bridge. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Sirius.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that
free to
a,
zoom on Sirius if you
propeller
want.
shaft?
You can see the ribs really nice. Okay, Roland, you can slowly come out. I'm just going to keep coming down the side here, lateraling to port.
Pose like that. Let me take your picture again. I sent it to Melissa and Dave yesterday. They loved it.
We think we may be looking at the tiller, that upright that's right dead in the center of the screen. Another object looks like it could be a propeller shaft going to the hole. Some sort of a small motor launch, it looks like.
So that could be a tiller or a rudder post there, you think?
You can
the
fill
upright
frame there, Roland.
object?
Right.
Field
That's what we're
frame.
thinking.
With,
So this looks like it
the
may be
vertical
just
number.
the stern
Yeah.
portion
A little bit of
that we're
fishing
looking
line
at
there.
right now.
Yeah.
And I'm noticing, looks like quite a bit of
Looked like an
monofilament
also metal
stuck on the
item
rack
in there
down
below
there
the skids.
towards the bottom of the current screen.
Below the skids.
Camera one view.
The edge of
Oh,
the
that's not
ship.
uncommon.
Not
We find
uncommon, yeah.
monofilament
Okay.
on
Tilt down from here.
18th century wrecks as well.
See that there?
It's fairly ubiquitous. Gulf of Mexico, unfortunately.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, right there, the
Off
reddish.
to the right.
Paint.
The rod that drifted off to the right.
Oh yeah, maybe a fastener.
After this, I think there was some debris behind you.
Yeah, I'd like to spin around and get a look at it. Let's come wide, Roland. Watch lead pilot. Yeah, we did see some debris
Okeanos,
past the
are you
wreck
showing anything else on the
to the west
submarine
here,
or
so I'm just going
around
to
this
spin, just make sure there's nothing on that debris. If you wanted to fill short side in, that's why we're looking that way, see if the debris field stretches a little.
Nothing else showing up on sonar, but you can look at it on the bottom left of stream 3 quad split.
So pilots have just informed us that they did see a little debris to the left, so we're going to just do a inspection of that as well before we do any more surveys of the site here. And,
Did you want to get a zoom
while
on that,
we're
Roland,
moving
or
over
no?
there, so we did
Yes.
see
Okay.
quite a bit of animals on this wooden hole. So there was
I'll
a
push in a
bunch
little.
of corals encrusting sponges, hydroids, a lot of small squat lobsters. So although
Is that just wood?
there's also
Does look
hello
Seems like it, but it
swordfish.
seems darker than.
Also a
The other wood.
octopus
Burnt
under
wood.
the wreck. So quite a bit of life also on
Charred,
this
maybe a burning shipwreck.
archaeological site.
Let's check out this other piece back here.
That flash focus again was not me.
Copy.
And Diva Amon in the chat log has noted there's a lot of woodfall type characteristic fauna we're seeing here, including, as we saw yesterday, a lot of evidence of wood-boring organisms.
Okay.
In
Start to come
this wreck
wide.
debris.
Yeah, and,
Do we want lasers on?
thanks, Steve. Yeah,
Yeah, you
she
should
was
stripe
noting
it
in
with lasers
particular
if
those
you're
white
on.
squat lobsters in the genus Unidopsis
there's
that
actually
we're just in
something-
view right now.
Maybe part of that shipwreck is under the sediment.
Agreed.
And because it looks like that first portion of the wreck we came upon may be just the stern, it's certainly worthwhile to look out here and see if there may be other parts of the vessel nearby if it broke up at some point.
Okay, you cleared the lasers now.
And that fish here to the left, that's going to be in the family Helosauridae. Either
Are you
the
still
genus
zoomed on Sirius?
Allosaurus or Aldrabandia.
Yes, we can clear the lasers now.
Copy that.
Let's come wide on Sirius. There you go.
Full wide.
Okay, I just wanted to get the whole scene. You guys are free to zoom if you'd like.
So the only thing we saw out here was that kind of little bit of square wood off in the muck.
I think so. There's potentially something buried there too, but surface-wise, yeah. We'll do a snap zoom on the reddish feature here, Roland.
Yeah, so in view now are all those tiny white squat lobster. Those are going to be in the genus Unidopsis. There's also some hydrates growing on it.
Okay, we can come wide.
Copy
And
that,
also
Bridge.
quite a few tube worms growing on the
Something off the wreck in the
on the wreck
distance off
side.
to your port side. on
Copy
the
that.
bottom.
Copy that. We can,
You mean that small?
It is a small one,
Yeah.
but then there's a length of something
Okay.
out another 5 meters.
just make sure it's nothing. Is it linear?
Yeah, it's linear.
Yeah,
It looks like a
that's
big
this
fish
I
or
was talking
something.
about earlier. That's
Looks
the
like it's in
family
a trough on the bottom
Helosauridae.
to me, but
And
okay.
there's two genera
It's
that
not
look
far.
very similar, but they
Just keep turning.
can be differentiated whether they have scales on their head or
There it
not.
is.
So we'll need a better look too.
Maybe a
Get a
gouge
genus
with
level ID.
sargassum in it.
Maybe.
I'll zoom from here.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a trough with stuff collected in it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's come. No, it's good to look at while we're going around.
You like auto head-on for the zooms?
Only because at this weird angle, the tether was kind of
pulling you.
Yeah, pulling one way.
Jack, this is Adam on the Okeanos Explorer. I wanted to ask if what you're seeing here in the video we're collecting right now matches up
So you're
with
pretty much lined up at
that
111.
ROV imagery you had been provided with by industry. Does it look like we're imaging the same part of the wreck?
Yeah, 290.
290.
Yeah,
It
definitely.
was the strike
Okay,
header.
very
yeah.
good.
We saw from that were just these frames that we're seeing very much more clearly here.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
The roundish object that we saw in the center of the wreck, that was something we saw in the video. We weren't quite sure what that was. Now it looks like it's part of the gearing for the propeller shaft.
Might be a good angle to look at the base of
If we
that
do this, we'll
rounded
get
thing
a
from
Looks like
here.
some sort of
wrap.
small
I guess we'll
motor
just
launch.
undo it.
Okay.
Repeat your last video.
The same from this angle might be a good view from the base of that rounded thing. See the white collar.
Ah, understood. Sure, you want to push in?
Yeah. Melanie's suggestion that it was a lifeboat could well be true as well.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, it's
Or launch of
it's
some
like a
kind.
stuffing box there.
It's crazy that the metal that wasn't steel looks pretty good, and then the steel
looks
end
like
is just
we
a giant
tooled
mess.
part of the prop and the shaft
With
of
that,
the propeller.
is that bronze, you think, the plate there?
Probably. Yeah, that looks like a through hull, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay, we can come wide roll. Continue the survey here.
So we should, I guess, how could we get a size of this thing? It doesn't show up very well on sonar. I guess
D2, reference D2.
Yeah. So.
And
Can also
Kiva's
laser
noted again
across
on the chat log
two of the
that
beams.
she saw some polychaetes in the sediment surrounding the wreck, possibly catopterids, but we'd have to have a little bit closer look to know for sure.
Let's, if you go across, there's a pipe that we couldn't see from that side.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and zoom, Roland. I'm going for the linear object on the other side.
Yeah, so for those that joined us yesterday, this is a very different wreck site, much
it's
smaller,
too rusty.
and also not as intact as what we saw yesterday.
Some line on it.
We are also quite a bit
Yeah, we can
deeper,
come wide roll.
more than twice as deep. Can I ask our shore-based archaeologists if anyone is willing to speculate how long this has been in place based on kind of the fauna you're seeing?
Well, we don't really do fauna, but I would guess maybe age of the wreck, maybe 20s. I don't know. What do you think, Chris? I have no idea. This far out at sea, the lifeboat theory has a certain attraction. Not much of a lifeboat. No. Didn't do much good. Yeah. Maybe it's the boat from the No Hope we saw yesterday.
So it's also possible it wasn't being used at the time. It may have just washed overboard or something happened during the storm.
Right. Or if the crew was rescued out of it, they might have just scuttled it. I think we'd still like to map it. This is a good exercise.
Absolutely, and we'll do that once the ROV team is happy with the kind of the overall reconnaissance. And yeah, being such a small site, yeah, it shouldn't take that long either. But yeah, I agree. That'd be a good exercise.
Jack, this is Dan Warren. Kind of curious, do you think this could be some kind of early or some 20th century vessel? Because it looks like we've got some, I don't know if that's rubber on the end of that piece sticking up, and it looks like the center area might, almost look like it might be galvanized.
I wasn't sure if that was rubber or some organic organism that we were looking at.
Not something I typically see on fasteners, unless that's some wood remnants, but it doesn't look like it.
Well, let's get a snap zoom on this reddish piece here. right next to the octopus.
Yeah, and there's that octopus that a few folks in our chat room had noted earlier.
It's good there.
Enrique
It
Salgado
looks like it
from
goes up
NOAA's
and metal
National Centers of
band
Coastal
comes
Ocean
back around.
Sciences, saw it as soon as we
Part
came
that
up on
goes
the
up
wreck.
to the top of the
We
screen.
can see the tentacle there.
Okay, we can come
Does
on.
what do you would think it as the red material wood with paint on it, or is it more metal? Does anybody have a comment?
Seems metal.
Can we go tighter to it?
Sure.
Go super tight.
It looks like framing for something.
Yeah, we really don't have a clue.
Like painted,
Yeah, it looks like
painted
metal.
sheet metal.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
Hard to say.
exactly.
It's both.
And I agree with that guy on that piece up on the copper thing had too sharp a edge on it to be
Yeah,
biological.
it did look kind of rubberish. To me.
Yeah, it looked like rubber.
I was trying to focus on this end of the band, Roland. There you go. Got it.
And here we're getting a closer look at some of the fouling organisms.
Is that good, you
have,
think?
Started to overgrow and inhabit
Bridge
this wreck
nav.
site. There's a lot of hydroids growing on it. A lot of these tiny squat lobsters. These are fairly common in the deep sea. And there's a
Okay,
whole
Roland,
bunch
we
of
can come wide.
polychaetes also, and
Let's try that still camera.
Yeah, we're going to swap out, and that's on the objective list. Watch the pilot. We're going to do a quick pilot change up here.
Give one with them and then.
so we're just going through here a personnel change with our ROV pilot, so we'll just hang out here for a few minutes while the ROV engineering team
Bridge, I was just wondering if you
changes.
could let me know what current
So
the
again,
DP
if you just joined us,
thinks
today is the second dive
forcing
of
on
a
you.
23-day expedition on NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. The NOAA flagship ship that is dedicated exclusively to exploring underserved or
Copy that,
unexplored
Bridge.
areas
Thank you.
of the deep sea. And so on this expedition, we'll be exploring some really interesting habitats
Great,
over
thank
the
you.
next 3 weeks. We started the expedition yesterday with a shipwreck dive, and today again we'll explore this wreck site. We actually have a third wreck site that we're going to be exploring later in the expedition, but that's just one of the many objectives that we're going to be targeting through these exploratory surveys. There will also be one dive that is dedicated exclusively to surveying the midwater. So this is the first time the Okeanos Explorer is dedicating a dive to the pelagic zone, so really the largest part of the deep sea, and that's going to be really exciting. And then we also have a whole bunch of dives exploring different benthic deepwater ecosystems. Several dives are going to be exploring chemosynthetic communities, seep sites, brine rivers and others, mud volcanoes. And then we will also have several dives that are going to be targeting some hard substrate grounds where we think we'll have a large density of deep sea corals. So it's going to be a nice mix of different things that we're going to be targeting during these dives. Also a broad depth range will go from as shallow as 500 meters to close to 3,000 meters. So it'll be a really nice snapshot of the different ecosystems that we'll see on the deep sea. And for today's dive, the first part of the dive, so for those that might have tuned in early in the dive, the first couple hours were just engineering tests, and that was the same as yesterday. The ROVs hadn't been field tested since they finished an expedition here in the Gulf back in December. but all those tests went well, thanks in large part to the hard work of our engineering team, who did a great job and worked overtime to get the ROVs ready for this expedition. And so luckily they were able to conclude their tests fairly rapidly, and so the second part is now dedicated to do this archaeological survey. This is a wreck site in about 1,880 meters of water, so just over a mile deep, and we're over 150 miles off the offshore. And so you are all watching this in real time thanks to the wonderful telepresence technology brought to you by NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer.
Stand by, watch lead, 1 second.
So a few more things about today's dive. So this wreck site was first mapped by industry surveys. They had performed site scan mapping surveys of the area back in 2006. And a few years later, in 2010, there were some industry ROV operations in the area, and they actually came across this.
Okeanos. Can we zoom in on the base of that upright, copperish-looking pipe?
Stand by. We're just going through a personnel change with the team, so yeah, we'll get you that zoom in here as soon as folks are situated.
All right, watch lead. Back with you. So did I hear there was something in particular that we were interested in taking a look at? Check.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. All right, watch lead. We're back with you. Was there something in particular we wanted to take a look at? Okay. Okay. Sure. So we'll start with the metal pipe, and I'll let you direct from there.
So the swap in personnel here of the engineering team is complete, and we'll start here with the zoom ins. And we'll start with this pipe.
All right, I think video is changing out now.
No, we're not changing out.
Oh.
There's just some discussion.
Gotcha. Okay, Roland, do you want to zoom in?
You want to start tight on the base and drift up?
Sure.
Okay. A little slower so I can get the focus. It's
ROV pilot at your convenience if we could do lasers as well.
Okay, we can get lasers on.
Copy that.
That looks like rubber.
Try it again, Roland.
Okay.
Lasers are on currently.
Okay, tilting up. When we're zoomed in this far, it's
Max zoom. Yep.
yeah, that's kind of slow as I can go there.
So it looks like quite a few zoanthids going
Yeah,
on
that's the minimum there.
That looks good. ROV.
Okay.
I'll put lasers at the base.
Okay, let's zoom out a bit. Hold there. I need to tilt up a bit. And back up. There we go. Okay, let's come out. You can
Jack
feel
and
free
Chris,
to
do you guys
just
think
keep
that might
the skids out of view.
even be galvanized pipe?
Well, I was wondering if that could be a water intake for cooling system. Black bit that we're looking at, maybe a hose.
Did I hear there was an octopus that we wanted to look at nearby?
That's right, ROV pilot. I think
it's underneath
sort of
your
underneath
lasers.
the vehicle towards the base of that metal pipe we were looking at. We had previously seen a purple octopus. Again, it might be a little difficult to get an angle on it. But if we zoom sort of through those splits between the planks, I believe it's underneath there.
Okay. Why don't you do a partial, Roland?
Yeah, I think you'll see it best from looking at that most aft piece of wood that's right at the edge of the screen. Looking from that angle over there.
Oh, I see his tentacle there.
Okay, yeah.
These are the suckers.
Looks like he's hiding pretty well in there.
Going tighter.
Yeah. You'll see it a lot better as you get further around.
It's being shy.
Yep.
Alright. Well, I'll keep coming. I'll come down in altitude a touch. Go in a little tighter.
You'll get a much better view of him when you rotate further around.
I'm coming. I'm slowly rotating around. Let's come out a bit.
Seems like he's kind of big.
If you drift back from this location.
Well, for those folks watching at home, looks like our octopus is a little bit shy today, but I think that technically counts as Octopus Friday for the Okeanos Explorers, so we'll take it. And I think there were a few folks on the chat log. Diva mentioned if we can get a tight zoom at some point on the
Tara wants to
exposed
take
wood.
a turn
We
at
might
the
try
sticks.
and see if there's any evidence of the boring organisms there. I don't know if she had a specific area she was interested in, but we might start off with just some of this exposed wood here.
Okay. Move in a little tighter. Okay, you can zoom in video when you're ready.
Roger that.
the target, pilot?
We're just looking at the boring organisms on the
Roger.
wood.
Sounds.
The very exciting, boring organisms on the wood.
Sorry. I misspoke.
We see that round bit of wood right below your white spot lobster. It looks like a true trunnel fastener, wooden fastener.
Round piece of wood.
So we can pan up slightly, and in the upper center,
one there.
center screen, we've got that squat lobster behind what looks like a cylindrical object. Maybe if we could zoom on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
To see if it is a fastener. Jack,
Let's come out a bit.
Wooden fastening would indicate something about the age of the vessel versus metal fastening, right?
Right.
Current's definitely coming off the starboard
Very
side.
eroded, difficult to tell.
Looks straight out of the north. Okay, let's go back in.
Zooming. Partial.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Can go in a little tighter.
That's max.
Okay.
And as we're getting these close-ups, I just wanted to send out a friendly reminder to our shore-based science team to please use the Seascribe software.
All right, let's come out.
So there's daily links that are sent out the night before each dive.
You can feel free to lose the skids at all times.
Your
Roger. Thank
live
you.
annotations of these videos are very valuable. So we do
Gonna
really
face
hope
into the
that if
current
people
here.
use this wonderful new software that was developed, and it's a great way for the scientific community to share knowledge and to make it later on easier to browse through the video to find segments that are of interest. So, yeah, really hope people use it as much as possible.
Okay, let's go in partial.
Zooming. Partial zoom.
Going tighter.
It's not quite max.
Okay.
It's a little difficult to tell if that white object is man-made or biological in origin. But
Go tighter. Is it that tube?
Tube. Yeah.
Max zoom.
Okay.
Well, there are some tube worms right next to it. But the
Appears to be moving. The top of it was curling down a bit.
So you can see a lot of those tube worms. Those are polychaetes. And there's also a pollinoid worm, a scale worm, just top of the screen, and there's another one now bottom of the screen. These scale worms, yeah. So quite a few boring organisms. So we can see one to the right of the screen. That's a tube worm. His feet extended.
Just catch a glimpse of the octopus hiding there, just off right-hand side of the screen.
All right, let's come out.
Rush.
You can hold it there.
So folks following along on shore, especially the archaeologists, if there's anything in particular you'd like us to zoom on, focus on in depth, please feel free to let us know. We're happy to get as many close-ups as possible to help with ship identification or understanding things like age or of the vessel.
You might want to zoom in right there to the intersection of that frame and what appears to be the keel.
All right, so where the keel and the frames meet, see if we can try and do a tight zoom on that. Yeah, right there.
Can do a zoom. Go ahead.
Max.
And if we can, if it's possible to pan down a little bit video to look at the keel a bit. Perfect.
Anything in particular?
All right, I think we can come wide. Jack, do you want to look at that circular
partial.
object
Come
that's
up
just
partial.
left here?
Yes.
Yeah, so we can get some zooms on that that shaft and mechanical piece there.
Okay, let's zoom in. Hold that. Okay, do you want to come out?
Sure.
Wondering if this is sort of rusticals we're seeing, like a massive
Hold there.
oxidation, or
Holding.
if that's something more organic like sponges on there. It's difficult to tell for sure.
So just a quick question for our shore-based science team. Wanted to see if folks want to spend a little bit more time here doing some close-ups, or whether we want to start proceeding towards the photogrammetry survey, the mosaicing.
I think we're probably ready to start the photo mosaic, but let's zoom in right there where that goes into the hole. Here, see if we can tell anything more about it.
Roger that. So we'll get you a zoom right there.
Is it this here?
Roger.
Yeah,
My camera's really glitchy today.
Yeah,
huh?
it is.
Hand to the right. Yeah, we're wondering if this might have been actually part of that
It's come out partially.
outside of the hole.
Roger.
And now it was thrown forward.
Hold that.
That'd be like somewhere the prop shaft passed through the vessel.
Yeah, but we don't know if this part would have been inside the vessel
Or outside, yeah.
out,
Yeah.
thrown forward, and then that big. It's odd that it has that lip on it. There's a-
Hey, Jack, from the base of this, it's got two bolts going into it. Or you think they're bolting
You want to go in partial
horizontal,
again?
or could this be something that was bolted vertical and has fallen
More.
over? Maybe like a control,
Hold
power
that.
control or something like that?
That's what we were just thinking about. I'm not really sure.
And to me, that looks like something that would have been bolted down so the whole structure would have been vertical. So I'm not quite sure what this could be.
Yeah, we were thinking the same thing, but it didn't really make any sense. What would go through the hole?
The only thing that I can think of that has something like this is, it seems to me the rescue boats have a center console or the older ones had a center console maybe for steering and power. I'm not sure.
It does like this. Looks like this would have sat upright though, rather than in the arrangement it presently is.
Roger that. So unless there's any other requests here to get some more tight zoom-ins, we'll let our ROV team know that we're ready for the mosaicing survey.
Okay.
Roger that. I think we're good.
All right.
There is one area I'd like to see. To the bottom right, there's a pile of cabling that looks to the other direction you're going. It's some black cabling. I'd like to get a zoom in on that if we could before we start the other work.
Roger that.
Down at the bottom right.
No, the frame goes up there. Right.
You can go in partial.
Sure.
Yeah, right there. There appears to be some metal object right next to it as well.
Going tighter. Hold that.
That looks electrical.
Yeah, that's definitely some kind of electrical cable there.
Yeah, we could see a lot of hydroids, those smaller hair-like, and then the bigger, those are tube worms, polychaete worms.
Okay, let's come out. Anything else, Dan?
All right, thank you. So I think, pilot, if you're listening, so yeah, I think our shore-based team is happy with the zoom-ins, and we can start with the photomosaicing survey.
Okay. So I think I'm going to do this axis first, because it'll be into and down current. Make it a little easier.
Smart move. We're not using a still for this or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
We'll do our track first, and then... Actually, you know what I am going to do? I'm going to come up, and we'll get an idea of what depth we're comfortable, or altitude we're comfortable with going over these posts. So I'm going to come up. So we can maintain constant altitude. That would be ideal. So we'll do...
Currently 1878.
Can you bump the drawer in?
Sure.
I think it might be out a touch. There we go.
Was.
Yeah, and if we can turn the lasers off for that part of the survey.
Yeah, we'll do. We're just getting set up. So we're at minus 40 degrees on the rotator.
Lasers are off.
If you could start so your first couple of passes are exclusively sand, that would help us.
Yeah, we'll copy that shore side. So right now I'm just going to get a feel for how high off the seafloor those posts are, so we can maintain constant altitude. It's looking like I'll be able to fly about 3 meters off the seafloor, and we can adjust our lighting downward a bit so we can get better lighting at this angle. Does that seem good to you, Andy?
Yeah, you ready for me to start adjusting right now?
Yeah, why don't you play around with the lighting? You want to zoom past the skid, Tara? Right there. And back up a bit. Actually, might need to bump our wings outboard as well.
Copy that.
You want to zoom out and then try to go past the skid again?
Sure.
Okay. And perfect right there.
Roger.
I think can you tilt the uppers down?
Yeah, that's. I could. You think I should bring them forward at all?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Kind of bring them forward and then tilted down.
Copy that. I don't want to go.
And I'll come down a bit. I'm going to try to stay at 3 meters altitude.
I brought the lower one in just a. No.
So for those folks who might have just joined us, we are
Eyes aren't as
about
good
to
as yours
start
video.
the
Let me
photo
know if I'm
mosaicing part of
actually helping
the
these
dive.
slides.
Roger.
So we'll do some slow passes over, and pilots are just setting up
Yeah.
to start that part
I
of the
think if you
survey.
bring the uppers forward as well.
Copy that.
See how they're back and like up right now? So if you bring them angled inward and then
Yeah, I brought
tilted
the
down.
starboard one a little further forward, but.
So yeah, the ROV
Did that
team
help
is
at
just
all?
discussing
Yeah, definitely
this part of the
brightened up.
survey.
Okay, I'm going to bring the lower
Again,
one
for those who
inboard
might
slightly
have
as
just
well.
joined
Okay?
us, we
Alright.
are at
It's gonna be on the port
1,880
side, so
meters,
keep an eye over there.
diving on a shipwreck
Is that
site
getting better?
that was first imaged during industry surveys about 8
Look any
years
better?
ago. There's only very low resolution images at the time, and
I'll do starboard. Tell me what you see.
we don't know
Upper's
what
gonna
this
come in a
wreck
little
is from, what time era, and what vessel.
All right, I think,
Those are the
yeah, bring the uppers in more, like angled, yeah.
Yeah, we got. Looks like
It's starting
the
to look
port
better.
side looked a lot better, so now I'm bringing in the starboard a little bit more.
Okay. So Fernando, can you make a list of
Any better there, video?
of what we're doing?
Yes,
So
I mean,
we've got the rotator down at minus
lighting
40.
looks-
We've got our flying in auto depth at 3 meters. Altitude roughly, since it's pretty flat, should be pretty consistent.
Yeah, looks
We're
pretty
bringing our swing arms inboard at like 45 degrees, and we're pointing them down as much as we can to get to, you know, make the bottom lit.
I brought the port lower a little bit further than 45.
Okay.
But the starboard's at about 45, and
Okay.
then the uppers are both at 45-ish.
Okay. That's looking pretty good.
Want me to keep playing with it? I'm not noticing any difference from here when I move it.
Okay. All right, if you can just occasionally bump in the drawer and bump out the wings, just to make sure they don't creep into the frame.
Copy that.
What else can we do? I think we're good. Let's give it a shot. All right, shoreside, we're going to get set up for our first track line.
Thank you.
So they want to do
Said start with the
sediment. Yep, so we'll do a few passes that are just sediment. I think Sirius would be fine right there, yeah.
Yeah, I've got plenty of tilt. I'm only at 60 degrees.
Okay. And it looks like a heading of like 020 should be pretty good.
Our hydraulic reservoir just jumped up 5%.
I think the resolution is like 5 or 7% or something.
Yeah, okay.
So. Okay, I'll go to 020, auto heading. And
So just to give the folks following along on shore an idea of our plan.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Stand by.
Sorry. We're just about to get started here. So I just want to tell Shoreside that we are listening, and if you have any input on how to improve as we go, please don't hesitate to say something. But we will begin right now at 1740 UTC.
And just to give folks on shore a little idea of what's coming up, we estimate it's gonna take approximately 1 hour to do the transect survey here, and then we're gonna do some additional close-up shots on the vessel, testing out some new imagery techniques and systems the ROV has. And then after that, with the time remaining, if there is time remaining, we may start moving out to the west, sort of towards along the axis of the ship to the west. And to see if we can...
so if you could just turn as you need to keep the tether safe and
see if there's a debris field associated with the vessel in that direction, or perhaps other parts of the vessel that we'll be looking for on the scanning sonar.
So you could tilt down a bit, Andy. So you can see the wreck there. Okay, I'll go there.
That's right.
Yeah, and also
Kinda in the
just to
middle of
give
my
folks a heads up, so we are looking at leaving the bottom close to 3:30 Central Time. So that's
So they
about
wanted slightly
2 hours,
slower
45 minutes
turns.
from now.
And,
So I'll go to 200.
As we're looking at the seafloor here, seeing a lot of burrowing and
Okay. I think
feeding
you
patterns
could come down a
stretching
little
along the
bit.
seafloor.
Should have taken the turnout before I started, but should be okay.
Okay, we'll keep an eye with those swing arms.
Yep.
I can see it in the camera, so you're clear right now.
Okay. Drifting over a bit. You know what? I'm gonna take that turnout before we do the next track line.
Okay, you want me to follow you over?
Yeah.
Okay. Shipper's roughly in the center of my screen again.
Okay. So we'll actually do 2. It's about where I started. So we're gonna do 2 loops around to get the turnout. Okay. There's a tether and the swing arms.
Hard to tell the angle right now.
Okay. Come forward a little bit. You can come up a bit if you need to while I do this.
I was trying to give you some tether if you needed it.
Sure. I'm just going to turn.
You're clear. You're clear.
Okay. I'm going to turn again, get the turnout, and then we'll do our next track line.
So for those folks from the general public that might be watching, We're basically doing a video mapping survey of the wreck. So that basically requires doing a systematic flying over of the site and basically imaging the same point from different angles, and that all that imagery can be stitched together to basically do a 3D reconstruction of the site.
So far, you're clear.
This is a technique that's used in many disciplines. Architects use this. It's used in
yeah, that's going to be much
accident
easier, huh?
reconstruction,
Yeah.
There
in
we
the
go.
movies and video games.
So I'll bring it back to 020.
And then, of course, archaeologists, it's a wonderful way of trying to build a 3D model of the site. And it's also a technique that's increasingly used by biologists to basically try to estimate the size of something. It basically allows you to take some really accurate measurements of the size, dimensions, and spacing of objects.
Have you seen this track ROV? It's really nice for this kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I've got up here.
You got the track too?
Yeah, where's yeah, position should be there, huh? Okay, so we're back at 020. There we go. And I'm shifted over a little bit, so go again. So for those watching shoreside, we just had a turn in our neutral tether between D2 and Sirius due to going around the wreck earlier, and we were just taking that out so that when we make our turns, we don't have to worry about getting loops in the tether.
Drifting just a little bit.
Yeah, I need to come back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can figure out how to get this track on yours.
So start there.
I'll keep this kind of tilted towards you if you need to use this track at all.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it was showing up yesterday. I'm not sure why it's not tracking right now, but
For those of you watching at home, you might be seeing these radial patterns on the seafloor, these faint starburst sort of shapes. Those are radial feeding patterns for organisms that live in those burrows in the seafloor. So these are in-funnel organisms that live within the seafloor. They come out of their burrows and they stretch out in all directions around their burrow and end up creating those feeding patterns as they scavenge across the seafloor.
You look clear with tether.
okay.
That's a nice line there.
Actually, if you just want to keep, like, if you keep Sirius right where it's at and don't turn port or starboard, but just tilt up and down, and let me know when you do, that would actually be helpful, so then I can see. where I'm at relative to the ship here. Okay.
And in addition to those radial feeding patterns that were noted on the seafloor, you notice these slightly lighter colored locations. Those are fresh burrows where more recently organisms have pulled sediment up from beneath the surface and piled it up around their burrow on the seafloor. And so the lighter color they are, the more recently they've been formed.
I do not have visual of you turning under the tether.
Okay. Just, I guess keep an eye on the rail cams. Coming back to you.
Just a general question, Okeanos. Did you guys set up new laser systems on board the ROV for a different kind of mapping or something?
No, there are no laser scanning systems currently set up on the ROV. If you mean like a laser scanner for mapping,
that's definitely clear.
If so, that currently isn't set up on the vehicle. So there's a little discussion here in the chat room about those squat lobsters, and that might be feeding on wood. So all those white little lobsters that we saw on the wreck, those are squat lobsters. This is a very species-rich group. It includes about 900 plus species
back
that
up a
have
bit
been
for this.
described. They occur worldwide from shallow waters to abyssal depths, and they inhabit a wide variety of habitats. And most of them are benthic, so living on the seafloor, but there actually are a few pelagic species. In the benthic communities, we typically think of them as being associated with corals or sponges. A lot of times you see them sitting on them. And but yeah, Diva and Daniel Warren were having a discussion that there are some reports of a few species in the Pacific that feed on wood, and perhaps that's what they're preying on here on the shipwreck. So thanks, yeah, for that reference.
You write this down, Fernando, that when I approach the end of a track line, I reverse thrust to slow down before I start to turn. And then we want to make nice slow turns, but we can make fairly quick track lines. Keeping serious camera mostly stationary so we get relative position. Manip cams are good for lining up your track line before the Zeus sees the subject.
And I don't know if it's worth making a note that on mission view you have a track that if we get it working you can line up.
Yep. Drifted down a bit. Come back. Mission view shows you a track line, so you can gauge your starting point for each transect.
And right now you're currently on your last
transect. But remember that shifts over time too. So you can tell, look at the subject, I'm definitely further down the wreck than I was in the last pass. I try putting in auto XY, so I'll like approach the end of a track line, reverse thrust to slow down and stop, put in auto XY while I slowly turn, and then take out auto XY and move forward again. I'll try that. Because the current was pushing me away.
That's a lot smoother turn this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
That is really nice. Wow. That's the ticket right there.
Then I need to back up a bit because I want to get more of the sediment surrounding it. Okay, I think I'll start here. Did you make a note about auto XY? Okay. Okay, moving forward. So the trick is you want to get far enough away such that when you turn around, you don't see the subject in the top of the Zeus view yet, so you can get enough surrounding sediment. So that's why I'm going kind of far off screen here. So I'll start to slow down. Auto XY. Slowly turn.
In our curtain view, you can see a sea star off to the right-hand side of the image, and we've noticed a few of those surrounding the shipwreck here. That's Asteroidea. Remember, it's an echinoderm, and commonly known as the sea star.
Yeah, and for those folks who might have just joined us, or perhaps those from the general public that are watching this video from several of the public displays that have been set up around the country, welcome. You're watching live video footage brought to you from NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. We're currently diving over a mile deep and over 150 miles off the coast of Mississippi, exploring a archaeological site, conducting the first scientific survey of this site that was discovered several years ago, and we're currently doing a video mapping survey of the site, doing some slow passes over the site, taking good high quality imagery, and that video footage can then be stitched together to do a 3D reconstruction of the wreck site. We started this survey about 20 minutes ago, and we'll continue with this survey for the next half an hour. We'll then still have about 2 hours remaining of dive time. We'll spend another hour or so on the wreck, and then time permitting, we are going to have to leave bottom close to 3:30 local time here, Central Time. And so, time permitting, we'll spend the last bit of the dive maybe moving away from the shipwreck site and imaging the vicinity.
I drifted down a bit. It's okay.
I'd like to tilt my camera slightly down.
Sure.
Also to update our shore-based science team, so they're looking up ahead. So there is a little bit of weather that is to our southwest, which is where we're originally we're heading tomorrow. And we will discuss. There might be a few small changes in the schedule based on that. But again, we will discuss that after the dive. The dive site we were originally planning to dive on tomorrow is potential seep in gas hydrate habitat about 500 to 700 meters. And but there are the seas are building over the next day, so we might be looking at an alternate site. Also, for those folks from the general public that might be watching this video from perhaps one of the several public displays that have been set up around the country at several aquaria, we will be broadcasting daily dives for the next 3 weeks, and you can actually watch this video footage not just from these public displays, but from any place with an internet connection. So the live video footage is transmitted, and the website to go to is oceanexplorer.noaa.gov/Okeanos. There's a link there to live video footage, and it will take you to a YouTube channel. So it's a really wonderful way for the general public to join in on these and the discovery in the sense of exploration. You will be able to see this footage at the exact same time as scientists are seeing it on the ship. And so I invite all of you to join us on some of these upcoming dives that we have. We'll include another shipwreck dive later in the cruise, and then several other dives that are going to be targeting other different fascinating deep sea habitats. And I hope you can all join us.
And for those members of the general public who might be tuning in, sometimes the question we get is, does the Okeanos Explorer themselves find these shipwrecks? And the answer is, for the most part, the sonars we have on our vessel are meant for exploring the terrain across large areas in deeper waters, so they don't have the resolution to pick out specific shipwrecks of this nature. Rather, we rely on a very strong and long-standing relationship we have with BOEM, which stands for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. That's a U.S. agency that we work with here. And they have very close connections with the extractive industries that work in the Gulf of Mexico. And in the course of that work, those industries sometimes discover targets that they think may be shipwrecks, and they pass those to BOEM, who then shares some of those with NOAA, and that has led to exploration of a number of different shipwrecks in the Gulf of Mexico, and really a legacy stretching back almost 10 years of wreck exploration in the Gulf of Mexico. So a very strong relationship there that's resulted in a lot of great discoveries.
Yeah, Adam, and that really highlights really the value and how the Okeanos Explorer does their science. It's a really strong community-driven approach. All of these sites that we're diving on were proposed by members from different agencies, so different federal, state agencies, as well as academic partners proposed these sites. And so there's, while it's just me and Adam here on the ship, we rely on a couple hundred scientists that are following on from shore and helping guide and plan these dives. And it's a really wonderful collective approach and collaborative approach, and by having so many scientists working together, networked over the internet and over these phone lines, it allows us to explore really a lot of different disciplines at the same time. So we have archaeologists, geologists, biologists, historians, educators, all joining on these dives in real time, and it really allows us to get a more holistic view of some of these dives, and it's really refreshing to have a lot of these different disciplines representing and working together. And
Daniel brings up a great point. Typically, when you think about a research vessel at sea, oftentimes the nature of those expeditions is that you'll have one chief scientist, or perhaps a handful of chief scientists, who will be using that ship to specifically go out and collect data that they want to use to address specific hypotheses or questions they'd like to ask about the ocean. The Okeanos is a little bit different, as Dan mentioned. Rather than having just a few scientists who focus on very specific research projects, instead we have representative scientists like Daniel and myself who come on board to represent the wider community and bring in any number of scientists in order to address their goals. And those goals aren't focused around answering very specific research questions, but about generating new information, about exploring. And sometimes we refer to it as hypothesis generating rather than hypothesis testing. That is, we want to go and look and get enough information so that we can ask really, really good questions about the ocean, and then return later on more focused cruises, perhaps for other scientists, on other ships to investigate those questions. So one of the important roles of the Okeanos is that exploration role, where we hopefully are helping a wide range of scientists and archaeologists and perhaps even policy folks ask really good questions about the ocean that they can then follow up on with subsequent research.
And following up on that, so in addition to just building this community of scientists working together, the other huge pillar of the work that the Okeanos Explorer does is making data publicly available to scientists.
The focus full?
It's a really big part of the mission. And so the data from these expeditions is shared with different scientists, and again, as Adam mentioned, then that allows them to go after proposals and try to get additional funding to try to do some follow-up work on these areas. So yeah, it's a tiered approach. It's a process that takes time, but yeah, it requires a lot of scientists working together, making data publicly available, and then exploring, going to places that haven't been explored before, and seeing what we see.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And as Dan pointed out, public access to data is extremely important. The Okeanos Explorer is the only federal vessel dedicated to ocean exploration. Because it's a federal vessel, it belongs to the people of the United States of America, And so all data that comes off the ship, be it video data like you're seeing collected right now, mapping data collected with our sonars by our mapping team, or even samples that are collected by the ROV Deep Discoverer, that is made available to the public, and the digital data is available for download through NOAA's National Centers for Environmental Information, which archive all of the video and
zoom out
mapping
your
data.
view just a touch,
and
Andy?
the
Yeah.
samples are available
There we go.
through
So we can
a couple of different repositories where they are preserved in perpetuity, so that anyone interested in using them for science or research in the future will be able to have access to them.
That might be what's going on over there. It might be zoomed way out on yours, potentially.
Mm. Oh, because the scale of the figure doesn't change.
Well, maybe not. Oh yeah, your grid size is 10 kilometers. Mine's 1 meter.
That would be why.
It's really far out.
Maybe Fernando can play with that for me, get it adjusted.
Boom.
Thank you.
One touch.
Full in.
For those of you following along in the general public, since we're looking at an awful lot of sediment here around the wreck, I can provide a little bit of information about exactly what that material is and where it's coming from. We're located in the northern Gulf of Mexico, and while we're quite a ways offshore, we're still just off of the Mississippi River Delta. And as you might imagine, the Mississippi River being one of the largest rivers in the world, drains, its drainage basin drains a substantial portion of the North American continent. And so if you can imagine any bits of rock or soil that are eroded off of by rainfall are carried to streams, and those are carried to larger rivers, which eventually end up in the Mississippi River in the central part of the continent, and that ultimately all drains out through the delta here into the northern Gulf of Mexico. So near shore, at the very northern extents of the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of the sediments you see in the seafloor are a result of those fine-grained sediments being carried by the Mississippi River and other rivers that drain in the northern Gulf of Mexico, getting carried out in plumes through the ocean and slowly falling down to the seafloor. And so most of the sediment, if you looked at it, would be what we call terrigenous sediment. That means its original source was land. It's mostly going to be quartz and some other minerals like feldspar. And in this part of the Gulf, it makes up most of the seafloor, and it's very fine. It's a fine silt or a mud. As you move farther south into the Gulf of Mexico and farther away from land, the sediments being carried by the... Oh, and let me stop there. We got a little bit of an octopus just moving out of the left-hand side of the screen. We'll probably catch him in our next turn around. So to continue... as we move farther out into the Gulf away from shore, our sediments become less influenced by material coming out of the rivers into the Gulf of Mexico, and more composed out of
toward the wreck,
pelagic
a few like
material,
5
which
meters
is the
or something.
shells of
So now I'm
very
going to do
fine
the
plankton
opposite
that float in
axis.
the open ocean. As they die, their shells fall to the seafloor. These organisms, known as
here's what I'll do.
foraminifera
I'll
or
get lined up.
diatoms and radiolarians, can
Like I'm
have
gonna
either
set up the
calcium
transect
carbonate
line.
shells or siliceous, that is silica,
then,
SiO2 quartz shells. And those will fall slowly to the seafloor. So as you
And
move
then
away
we'll
from
move
land, your
Sirius.
sediment sort of grade from this terrigenous sediment to more pelagic sediment and become even finer. And you get a very fine mud called a pelagic ooze far offshore that constitutes most of the bottom. But where we are today, we're primarily seeing mostly terrigenous sediment mixed with a little pelagic sediment in this area. And that's going to compose a substrate for the next few dives, but as we move farther offshore, we'll move into a more pelagic-dominated seafloor.
Actually, can you turn and find me here?
Sure.
Should be stationary.
Turning now.
I see me.
Yeah, you're at the
PTZ
very
there.
top of my screen.
There we go. So you turn to port, so I need to come to starboard. Back up a bit. Coming back to you.
I'm interested to see how close that track is when you get back there.
Yeah. Okay. So we want to slowly turn back toward the wreck.
Turning. Okay, good.
You can tilt down a bit. And maybe come up in altitude. Touch.
You want me to still increase it? You got 15 meters right now.
So I'm going to probably be starting here. Yeah, I think we should move you towards the wreck, like 5 meters or so.
I am going to be looking, okay.
And then
280 is the wreck.
I think you're off. You're on latch, Fernando. No, I can hear you.
Do you want it right on over the deck, or the rack, or do you want it at an angle as before? Maybe we move Sirius 225, and then you'll be looking from here. You'll see. You'll do the same thing. I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
Oh, I see. So
He's
get
saying
it, move
like
move it to the side. So I'm doing the same side-to-side motion.
Instead of
instead of forward
right
back.
over. Yeah,
yeah.
right.
That would be
over.
more at.
I think that would, yeah, that'd be fine. Either way, whether, I guess the current is coming north to south. So that means if we go on, the port side of the wreck from D2's perspective, and then the tether will be, blowing
Back.
towards Sirius.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that?
So that is about, 250 to 245. So let's go ahead and move it at 245.
245. Let's start with, you think 10 meters will be enough?
I think so.
Okay. So 245.
10 meters, 245.
Yeah.
The small one.
I think you can go decimal too. That's fine.
All right.
All right, shoreside, we've
Bridge,
completed
just
our
now.
transverse track lines, and now we're going to begin get set up and begin our longitudinal track lines.
Roger that. Very good.
From what you saw, is there any improvement that you see?
No, they look perfect.
Okay, great. And we're getting enough of the surrounding sediment for you?
Yeah, that's really helpful because, the edges get cut off, so you lose about 80% of that sand overlap on the first pass. So it's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
And just to orient folks, we're basically now pointing due west, and we can see a ever so slight current from north to south, from right to left.
I'm going to try to get set up for my first transect line. So I think I would end up starting somewhere around here. Camera minus 40, lights haven't moved too much.
I haven't moved him.
Yeah, I just mean like drifting.
Oh.
No flares in the lens. Maybe you could bump the drawer in.
Yeah.
And the wings out.
Yeah, no change to drawer.
I'm just going to move forward a little bit and see what that first pass would be. Might need to do another 5 meters, huh? You know, we got a couple minutes of swing, but... Okay, so that should be pretty good.
I believe I'm still moving.
Yeah, you're definitely still moving. I'm just thinking if you stop swinging pretty soon, might need another 5 or 10. What do you think?
Yeah, and probably at a little bit different angle, maybe 240.
So while we have a few moments here to set up this next track line, did want to say a few words about a very exciting field season that the Okeanos Explorer is going to have here. So this is just the first of many expeditions this year that's going to take the ship in some very exciting and different parts of the Atlantic. So this 23-day ROV cruise is going to end in Key West in the beginning of May. Then there will be a mapping survey that's going to take the ship around Florida and to the South Atlantic Bight. Then in June there'll be another 3-week cruise. It's going to be explore some of the deeper areas in the South Atlantic Bight. After that, the ship is going to transit to Bermuda, do some mapping surveys over there, and then finishing in August, September, doing some deep sea ROV surveys off Canada and northeast U.S. This is just the beginning of a very exciting field season, and I hope you can all follow along. Again, video is available to anyone over the internet to tune in these dives, as well as there'll be updates. The website you definitely want to have available is oceanexplorer.noaa.gov/Okeanos to get updates about where the ship is. And then, of course, to get access to the live video feeds.
So, Andy, why don't you... Maybe you could go ahead and start turning your head.
Copy that.
And then I might start my first line while you're still swinging into position.
Great.
Since you don't have far to go. I think that's going to work pretty well. That's a good idea, Fernando.
locate you in my... There we go. Tilting down. And I'll leave the wreck roughly centered as I move.
Sure.
Got it.
All right. Would you be comfortable with me starting?
I am.
Okay. Just let me know if you need anything to help manage the tether.
I have that ship move stopped, right?
Should be.
Should be
And
close.
You're not going to swing much more. Yeah. Okay. Starting longitudinal track. Starting longitudinal track lines at 1834 UTC. You can tilt up a bit. I've got a pretty good view on the wreck, so you can tilt up and down.
Okay. I'm directly looking at the wreck right now.
Yep.
So that fish there in view is
It's a little bit hot, Bob.
in the family Halosauridae. That comes from the Greek meaning sea lizard, Halosaurus.
There you go.
And you can see the shape there. Does remind of a lizard.
It was in auto. It wasn't hot on the waveform.
Okay.
I pulled it down just a little bit.
Okay. Maybe back up just a touch. Just looked like we were losing the detail, like in the very bottom on the sand.
Yep.
Okay. Feel free to tilt a little bit if you need.
Copy that. Tether's looking great.
Okay.
I can just stay on the wreck right now and follow you with my other cameras.
Okay, that's fine. back up a bit. Just try to get the wreck out of the frame. All right, coming forward.
So for anyone shoreside just joining us, we're on dive 2 of the Okeanos Explorer Gulf of Mexico 2018 expedition. We're currently at a shipwreck site in about 1 mile deep of water, or approximately more than 1 mile deep of water, approximately 1,875 meters. And we're conducting a photogrammetric survey of a shipwreck. So we're collecting video along systematic survey lines that run both transect and longitudinal to the shipwreck. The purpose of that is to generate a 3D model of the shipwreck. Our partners at BOEM have done this with us in collaboration on past shipwrecks we've explored, and have already made one of those 3D models from our last expedition in 2017 available, so the public can go and check that out, and it allows those of you who may be following along on shore to explore a shipwreck on your own and do a 3D shipwreck exploration. And they've even included some points about specific parts of the wreck that you can find out a bit more information on as you explore the wreck. So that's one of the products that's generated by the surveys of the nature we're conducting right now. To give you a sense of what's coming up when we wrap up this survey, we're going to do some close-up imaging of the wreck using some different camera systems on the ROV. And then if there is time remaining, we may travel a bit out to the west of the wreck, exploring along the seafloor to see if there's a debris field or any other parts of the ship that may be farther to the west on the seafloor.
And then just looking up ahead, so today we'll leave the bottom here at 3:30 Central Time. So just an hour, 45 minutes from now. But then we do have daily dives in the next 3 weeks. Each day the ROV should be going in the water around 8:30 Central Time, then reaching the bottom sometimes between 9 and 10, depending on depth, and then leaving the seafloor again in the afternoon. We'll probably spend the next week here inching over to the western side of the Gulf, then coming back around to the middle, spending the second wave of the cruise again in the middle portion, and then the last part of the Gulf is the expedition is going to be targeting areas on the West Florida escarpment. This is really a nice long feature that runs several hundred miles along the West Florida shelf, and some of the least explored and least exploited area of the Gulf. But suffice it to say that throughout these 3 weeks, west, middle, and east, we are going to be exploring some of the deepest and least explored portions of the Gulf. And you can all join in, and I hope all of you are able to join in and tune in on several of these dives.
Just going to back up as much as I can, Andy.
You still look good here, and your tether's clear of all swing arms.
Okay. So we can get that piece of debris there within the model area. Okay.
And then in terms of the overall goals, we already talked about exploration really being the overarching theme of all of these dives. But in addition to exploring places that have never been dove on before, there are a few dives that also have management purposes. For example, yesterday we dove on a wreck site that was over 50 years old, and data collected during those dives can help nominate such sites for the National
It is pretty
Register
small.
of Historic Places.
It's like the size of the vehicle, so.
And in addition to that management application, we also have several dives coming up. They're going to help collect data to help evaluate some current proposals for new marine protected areas that have been put forward by academic partners and managers from different state and federal agencies. Namely, there's a proposal for expansion of the Flower Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuaries, and we're going to be diving on several of those proposed areas to try to collect new information that can help decision makers evaluate those proposals. We're also going to be diving on a few areas that have been proposed by the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council for creation of new habitat areas of particular concern. And again, we'll be diving in those areas as well to try to collect information that can help decision makers to make the best decisions on how to properly conserve these areas.
How am I doing if I back up a bit? Gonna be okay? Okay. Okay. Backing up. Okay, driving forward.
Okeanos, I was just curious that on the 24th of April, we'll be investigating another shipwreck site that is approximately 42 feet by 15 feet. Based on the size of this particular site, do you have an estimate of how much time we'll need in order to complete the setup and the photogrammetry for that?
This is ROV pilot Dan Rogers. I mean, I think as we learned yesterday, it really depends on the relief of the wreck. You know, if it's flat like this, it's pretty easy to fly over and safe to fly over. But if it's got a lot of protrusions above the seafloor, then it's hard to maneuver around in a way that gets the grid-like pattern that we need.
The sonar image looks like it's almost completely flat, with only maybe a stove and an anchor protruding slightly above the seafloor.
Okay.
So hopefully, all appearances seem to indicate it's pretty flat like this.
Yeah, well, I think that, I mean, I'm definitely on this wreck here, I'm trying to get a significant amount of surrounding sediment, which is why it's taken a little longer. And the nice thing is that the size of the wreck here is such that we don't need to move Sirius back and forth to do the whole length of the wreck. What did you say the dimensions were on the next site?
Like 43 feet by 15 feet.
Yeah, we might.
13 meters by 4.5.
In order to get enough of the surrounding sediment, we may have to move Sirius, but we could do like half the wreck with on one location, and then the second half, move Sirius another 10 meters or 20 meters, and then do the second half.
Yeah, just from the management standpoint, I wanted to make sure that we budgeted sufficient time so that we could watch the clock a little bit,
I think for this particular wreck, we've got another few, maybe 5 or 6 more passes total, which would put us right at about an hour and a half. But that included a little bit of time in the beginning to dial in our procedure, which I think we've got a good feel for now.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, for that site, we should have pretty much the whole dive day, assuming weather's good. So leaving a budget of approximately 2.5 to 3 hours seems reasonable.
I think from what we know now, 3 hours could be reasonable. But of course, a little bit of flexibility in there for any challenges we see.
as soon as the EX data is up, we'll be able to pull down the imagery from the videos and do the work we need to do. Hopefully by sometime into next week, we should be able to share with you all the results of this one and probably get started on the tugboat as well.
Great.
Wow, that's fantastic. We'll really look forward to getting those initial photo mosaic shots and taking a look at them. I guess while we're doing a little bit of the survey, I don't know if anyone at BOEM would like to talk some about kind of what their plans are for a site like this, or is your interest sort of just in characterizing it with the photo mosaic and the exploration we did today, or do you have plans to put any efforts into coming up with an age or thinking about it might not really have an identification based on what we've talked about so far, but I guess the question is how much further work do you guys see putting into a wreck like this, and what are your goals with that?
Well, with this particular site, we don't have a whole lot to go on, obviously. We have an idea that possibly this could be something related to World War II. There were a lot of sinkings in this particular area, so that might be one avenue for research. It's possible that this was a lifeboat that may have been associated with one of those. We really don't know at this stage. I doubt that, from what we've seen, that this would likely rise to the level of a National Register eligible site, just because it's so small and sort of disarticulated. But
sure, that makes sense.
That doesn't make it unimportant. It's certainly historic, and it's certainly something that it's good to know that it's here, and we can avoid it with any kind of other future operations that we would permit. So that in itself is a value. It's also a value for us to know, too, that from the side scan imagery alone, we would have had no idea what this was, as far as whether it was simply a debris on the seafloor or an actual archaeological site. So this has at least proven that it is indeed an actual archaeological site and not simply trash. So that's of huge value to us from a management standpoint. The wreck that we investigated yesterday, I think we may have shared some of the newspaper articles that were found regarding the sinking of that. It occurred during Tropical Storm Debbie in 1965. Fortunately, the crew were all rescued from the vessel by a Coast Guard helicopter. So we actually now know the names of the crew and may try to pursue an idea of seeing if any of them still survive, and we may be able to get in contact with them or their descendants and see if they can provide us with any other historical information on the ship or the sinking itself.
That's really neat. I was thinking about that yesterday after the dive, that there's a possibility those rescued sailors might still be alive and be able to speak to what they were doing out there during the storm, what ports they were transiting between, what they were sort of give some context to the vessel.
And the best situation would be if they could sit down with us and view the video and tell us what it is that we're looking at.
That would be really remarkable if you could imagine someone who was rescued from a sinking ship 53 years ago having the chance to sit down and watch a video that ship recorded just a few days ago. Would be or really just yesterday, would be really remarkable.
Yeah, it gives you goosebumps.
Well, it's something to look into. We don't know if we'll succeed or not, but at least it's an idea.
Yeah.
We've started putting out some feelers already.
Very cool.
We'll see what happens.
You might even be able to invite the Coast Guard rescue crew to come along and view if they wanted to.
That had to have been a challenging rescue. That ship went down apparently in 20-foot seas in the middle of a tropical storm, and the helicopter actually had to make 2 runs out to rescue. They could only take a few off at a time. The crew had abandoned ship and were in rubber boats, so they had to rescue them from those vessels while still fighting the winds and rains from a tropical storm. So kudos to the helicopter crew.
That's really remarkable, and that's so neat to be able to bring some context into these historical sites that we've explored in the seafloor and get a little bit of the backstory. It's really something special.
Okeanos, were you able to get refined dimensions on the wreckage off your sonar?
Kinda. Was there anything written in there? Did they estimate?
They're checking on you.
Isn't it like
10 feet?
10 feet, yeah.
So let's say that's maybe what, 20 feet? Yeah, that'd be a good estimate. You can take a look when it's come back through my screen here.
I'm always curious what the food is like on board, and since today's Friday, do they know what they're serving for dinner tonight for the Okeanos here?
Okay, I felt that.
Got a feeling me tug.
Pizza. It's fried food Friday and pizza night.
So I think I'll come back again on this track line and then do one more pass and then we'll be done. I think the current's picking up.
And I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but since we were talking about the archaeological dive later in the expedition, maybe can ask some of our shore-based partners to maybe give us a little bit of preview. So we talked about this 42 by 15-foot dimensions. Do we have any other facts that you are willing to share about that shipwreck site?
Well, we know a little bit more about it. We've had there was a autonomous underwater vehicle which was mounted, it had a camera mounted in it that made a few passes over it last year. So we have a little bit of imagery about it, and a pretty detailed side scan sonar image that I think I had shared with you folks before.
Yep.
It looks to be certainly a 19th century sailing ship. It's one of the interesting things about it is it has a ship stove that we can see, which it's sort of remarkable here in the Gulf of Mexico. We now have more of a collection of ship stoves from the 19th century, it seems, than practically anywhere else in the world. That alone is somewhat interesting. Gives us something with time frame, probably.
Maybe you could come down a little, Josh, and tilt the camera up.
1940s maybe, which would be a
I just have like one more
similar one
pass.
we visited back in December.
That'll be good.
There's also a large anchor that's associated with it, and a number of other ceramics and bottles and various other artifacts. So we've only seen this snapshot from the AUV. We haven't gotten any really detailed photography on it at all. So there's always a great many more details that will come out as a result of the investigation with Okeanos Explorer. But it's also a sheathed wreck. It has copper sheathing, which was, of course, an anti-fouling protection for the hull, the lower part of the hull. Also would seem to indicate that it's not just a coastal vessel, probably a vessel designed for trade, perhaps through the Caribbean or Mexico or points further even than that. It is fairly small, but that was typical of ships in the Gulf of Mexico sailing out of New Orleans during that period. I know Amy Morgan, that was on the call earlier, has done quite a bit of research in that area and has compiled a fairly extensive list of vessels that were present in the Gulf at the time. They all seem to range in about the 50 to 60 foot range for the most part.
Wonderful, that's great. So, yeah, so for those folks, that's coming up currently on the schedule for April 23. Of course, that can always change by a day or two depending on weather and how things are. But yeah, currently we're looking at timing there 9 days from now, and yeah, that's going to be give us a really nice snapshot of the great diversity of different shipwrecks. So we'll have delved in on 3 different sites in the Gulf of Mexico. Really is home to a great diversity of different archaeological sites that span different eras, going back from Civil War, World War II, and then some more modern ships. And yeah, it's great that we'll get a nice little teaser, a little taste of the great diversity of different archaeological sites that we have in the Gulf of Mexico.
All right, final pass here. Okay. All right, watch lead. I think if unless there's any requests from shoreside for additional imaging for the mosaicing, I think we have completed our grid.
Roger that. Thank you. So I just wanted to check with the shore-based scientists if we're happy with the photomosaicing and happy to proceed to going back to the wreck and getting some close-ups.
Roger that. Looks good. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So yeah, just time check. We have about an hour and 15 minutes of bottom time remaining. So we do have to leave the bottom at 15:30 Central Time. The ROV team would like to test out a few new cameras, and so we'll head back to the site and try to get some close-ups and a few more images. And then for maybe those folks that are interested also on tomorrow's dive, we will have a planning call following the dive around 4 o'clock local time, Central Time. So we'll discuss mostly how we're going to proceed with tomorrow's schedule. And if we could, I'm sure there'll be an interest if we can get a good close-up of that octopus.
Yep, that might have been the octopus we saw underneath the wreck when we first approached. May have come out.
All right, you can come on in on video.
Yeah, I believe this is the one that Mike Vecchione commented on earlier. Certainly looks very similar, and he provided a tentative ID there in the chat room.
Do we want lasers on for a size estimate?
That was in the genus Muse octopus.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, about 20 centimeters there across. Yeah, that was consistent with the size of the one we imaged earlier. Wonderful, thank you.
All right, come on out. Can you bring my probably one?
Well, I'm glad he wasn't in our shot for the mosaicing.
That'd be cool, though. Are we ready to adjust some lights?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's going back under, huh? Is that the one that was further out before? Or is that the one that was underneath already?
We don't know.
Can zoom in video.
Yeah, looks like he's going back into his original
There's
hiding
two
place.
in there.
Okay, so this is the one we saw crawling on the seafloor earlier.
Yeah, the other one. See the other one inside?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Looks like there's two.
Oh.
And a squid. Mollusk heaven.
Let's get the lasers off.
You do
Monster
appear to
fight.
be the same species. And yeah, thanks to Mike Vecchione, we have
Wow.
a genus ID on him. So thanks, Mike.
Kind of battling it out for the spot there.
Oh.
Just pull the club in to hit the other guy over the head with it.
Okeanos, if you could have your creature stop tearing apart the shipwreck, that'd be great.
Copy that, shoreside. We'll do our best to communicate that to them.
There he goes again. There goes another piece.
Wow. That's interesting.
This is like
He's-
a B movie.
Yeah, he's breaking apart the wreck. Oh.
Oh.
This is actually very interesting for archaeologists because one of the things we're interested in is something we term as site formation processes.
Beautiful.
What are the biological activities ongoing on the shipwreck? What are the physical activities
let's
taking
come full
place
wide.
that cause
Chase 'em.
them to deform in the way they do? And, how can we gauge and
gave
measure
up.
that over time? And so actually witnessing things like this is very helpful for us to be able to document
Okay, follow me, Andy.
the sort of
if you need to.
impacts that go on unseen on the
Go in
seafloor,
video?
day to day.
I'm moving toward
Of
him
course,
too.
you might not have guessed octopuses tearing apart the shipwreck quite like that inadvertently, but certainly
They
need
covered
to
it
have
in
a
our
video of
Jules
that.
Verne class.
Exactly.
That's my max tilt.
Yeah, and I mean, there's we imaged quite a few boring organisms there, and there's some speculations about a lot of those squat lobsters that might be
That was pretty
actually
neat, huh?
consuming wood. And yeah, that's why I'd posed that question earlier. If there's anything
ahead and zoom in.
based on how much life you see on the wreck and the condition of the wreck, whether that gives you any kind of indications about its age.
What is he doing?
Trying to disguise himself. Throw up a smoke screen.
No, that's
Or
cool.
silk screen. Look at that.
This guy is very active, isn't he?
Oh my goodness.
Tearing
He's
apart
very
tear-
smart. He's trying to hide.
Yeah,
He destroyed a ship and now he's getting out of here.
that is very interesting. I've never seen that before.
I sometimes feel like
Is this
that too.
behavior in response to the ROV's presence?
I don't know. I haven't seen something like this.
He's just very upset that he couldn't take that hiding spot from the other octopus.
What is he doing?
So Dan, you said you haven't seen this kind of behavior from an octopus before?
Yeah, that's right. I haven't seen it.
Are octopus known to burrow, or is he just trying to create a smokescreen to disguise himself?
All right, so I point out that we have a little informal thing we like to call Octopus Friday in the Office of Ocean Exploration and Research, and so they've been through social media posting images of octopus we've seen on Fridays, and we've been fortunate enough to see what we think are 3 different individuals today. They all look to be the same species, or at least genus, but that is we believe to be our 3rd octopus of the day. So very exciting Octopus Friday for us here on the Okeanos Explorer.
I feel like we should let him go, but I'm also curious to see what he's going to do next.
Definitely. Wish we could see that other one. It looked bigger.
Hello, Mike Vecchione here.
Hey, Mike, I was hoping you were going to call in.
Perfect, an octopus expert.
I couldn't resist it, but I'm actually in a car. I'm waiting at a bank in line. But that was a remarkable
Okay, let's come out video.
observation on that Muse octopus, which I'm pretty sure is Muse octopus johnsonianus.
Or do you want to hold
And one of the
a wide
remarkable
shot
things about
while it
that
stirs up
species
the
is
bottom?
it has what's called reverse counter shading. It's darker on the underside than it is on the upper side, which is backwards from most aquatic animals. But I've seen a lot of images and some videos of that species before, and I've caught them and so on. I've never seen that kind of behavior. First, you saw agonistic behavior between two individuals fighting. Looked like they were fighting over a den site, and then I've never seen them swim before. And finally, it got out into the sediment and it looked like it was burying itself. And at that point, I had to stop watching because I'm on my cell phone, so that I could call in and tell you how great that video was.
Well, we're continuing to video that individual, and it is continuing to use its tentacles to sort of dig into the sediment. And I'm not sure if it's burying itself or just trying to camouflage or what exactly, but it's continuing that behavior where it's sort of digging in the sediment, creating a bit of a pit around
Looks
itself.
like burying behavior, but I've never seen that in a deep sea octopod before. Although we've seen octopods that were partly buried, so only their head and eyes were extending outward. But that was a different species.
You going tighter?
But again, the behavior in
Hold
that
there.
observation was just remarkable.
Well, I'm glad you got a chance to see that, and we're even more glad you got a chance to call in and talk to us a little bit about it.
Okeanos, did we just lose live broadcast?
We're checking on that.
Hello?
We're checking on it right now.
I'm going to hang up now. But,
All right.
Looking forward to seeing the videos of the octopod.
Excellent. And can you again repeat what you believe the species is? So Muse octopus, and what was the species?
Johnsonianus.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mike.
It appears to be a widespread species, but it might be a species complex.
Roger that. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to working on it some more.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, bye.
Hey.
No.
Hey, Roland, I think we found your Kraken. Let's come out. Let's zoom out. Bit video. There we go. You can lose the skids. Perfect. Thanks. All right.
So yeah, that for everyone, that was Mike Vecchione with NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service. Also works for the National Museum of Natural History and the Vertebrate Zoology Department. One expert on these these mollusks. So yeah, thank you so much for providing that context and interpretation. And yeah, really bizarre behavior that I also had never seen before.
All right. Watch leads, was there anything else on the shipwreck itself we wanted to image, or are we finished here?
So shore-based science team, the pilot is asking if there are any individual objects that we still need better footage before we move on to the west.
And for the shore-based
We
team.
would like to take a closer look at the opposite end of this. Down at the far end, just trying to understand the structure a little bit better.
And for the shore-based team, we did check at URI. They have noted no issues, so if you're still having a problem with the video, please refresh your browser.
No, we're good now. May have been operator error.
All right, Jack. So you're interested in the end of the vessel that's sort of moving, kind of on the left side of the image now, where there's that object you thought might have been a tiller.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So that's that tall upright object just going to the left side of the image right now, and we'll have we can do some close-ups on that and get a better sense of what that might be.
So this pole sticking out of the seafloor?
Yeah, the upright object kind of along the center line of the vessel looks like it's coming up from the keel and has a bit of a bend at the end of it. If we could just look all the way from the base to the top just to try and get a sense of what it might be or what it's composed of.
Okay. Okay, you want to zoom in video?
Yeah, hard to see what's underneath it. There's definitely a big layer of fauna overgrowing. There's a lot of hydroids, quite a few squat lobster. Those white ones, those are going to be in the genus Munidopsis. And then I also see some scattered tube worms, as well as some sponges, some encrusting sponges towards the bottom.
All right, is that sufficient?
Jack, are we happy with that close-up?
Roger, I just panned down a little bit.
Okay, tilting down.
Zoom out and a little bit to the left, maybe.
Can we zoom out a bit, video?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we can zoom out video.
Excellent. So yeah, for our shore-based science team, please do let us know if there's other specific objects that you would like to have imaged in detail.
Maybe that white object just off to the stern, sort of linear protruding from the back.
So the other structure that's kind of the tallest point now in view.
It's actually on the seafloor. It's just to the left of the bigger part of the wood.
Roger that. So we're just
Also,
going.
it would be good if you could get a low view shot opposite the view you have now, but on the underside of where the wood is overhanging.
Roger that. So we're just going through a pilot change here. So as soon as they get situated, I'll pass on those requests.
Hey Dan, we're all set here. What would you like?
So there's one request, the object just to the protruding object just from the wreck, basically that white. If we can get a close-up of that.
Oh, on the center left?
Yep.
Yep. All right, come on in, video.
Also, are the lasers on?
Hey, Nav, can you go ahead and zoom out a bit? I want to see what's over there.
Yeah, and if we can get the late there, yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, co-pilot, these are 1, 2, 3, those anchors.
Keep going. So those are the pipelines? A little more.
What do you want?
The scale worm on the bottom of the screen. Pulenoid.
Okay.
All right, thanks, video.
All right, come on out.
And then
Very interesting view from Sirius, that angle, too.
And then pilot, the next request was kind of to move around and then get the opposite side view.
And they're particularly interested looking on sort of the outside of the hull, so you can, underneath the planking as much as possible.
All right, come on in, video. Hold that.
So pilot, I was a little bit out of it there with the conversation. Are we about to start pushing west?
We're still looking at things right now.
Okay. The plan is eventually to start pushing west, though, correct?
Sure.
Okay. I believe that's what Dive Super has relayed, at least to me. How far away are those anchor points now?
Closest one is about 250 meters.
Oh, okay.
And weather is kind of toward them, so we want to keep our distance.
We have
You
about
think the white is paint?
50 to 100 meters from where we are right now. Play.
What do you mean?
We have about 50 to 100 meters of play from where we are right now. Probably don't want to get any closer than that.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Give them.
Yeah. Because ideally,
150, 200.
Yeah, the plan is to go exploring after we're done with all the close-ups and things on this wreck.
Very thin plane.
All right, come on in a little bit, video. Hold that. Andy, if you want to try to underlight this.
Sure. Looks like we're also going to want to try the steel camera again. This is the word I'm getting.
All right, come on in, video.
If you can just keep moving under that overhang, that'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of boring organisms. So we see these Unidopsis squat lobsters, which we're hypothesizing are feeding. So that genus, there are a couple species that have been reported feeding on wood. Also a lot of tube worms. Those are polychaetes, and then there's also a different group of polychaetes. The scale worm was in view just a second ago.
Do either of y'all know which relay turns on the still camera?
No. I think it's DSC. Come out just a little bit on the video.
What are those little round things back there?
All right, come on out.
So the camera takes roughly the same picture as I think it was a
All right,
negative
for our
8
short
degree.
side scientist, is there anything else you'd like to focus on the wreck?
I think we're good on this end.
Okay.
Anyone else on the shore-based science? Again, the current plan is so we do want to finish imaging everything that the shore-based scientist wants to see on the wreck, and then we do have about 45 minutes remaining of bottom time, and so if there is no more interest to image anything on the wreck, we'll head out to the west.
I think we're all done.
All right. So, pilot, if you're hearing, so the shore-based science team is happy with the imaging, and we can maybe get a little bit more for video, but we're ready to proceed to the west.
Copy that.
Video, let us know when you want to take some stills.
And we'll keep an eye on the scanning sonar in the ROV to see if there are any targets that come into view as we move out to the west, perhaps other parts of this vessel that may be spread out in that direction, or debris field from this vessel.
Like maybe the engine.
If you guys, for engineering, want to use the still camera.
Okay. Yeah. Pilot, whenever you're ready, I can turn it on.
Yeah, go for
We
it.
always find things in the last 5 minutes of the dive. Things fall.
Do we have a camera that shows the output?
He has a screen that shows it, but it's roughly the same as a negative 8, I believe, on Zeus.
If we could get it on
DSC
this
coming
monitor,
on.
maybe. I don't know if it could be routed to there, but that would be great.
Did you turn it on?
I believe. You're going to have to let us know. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Do you want to bring it up on one of ours? Not the pilot's?
Yep, working on. Which monitor is that in front of? Oh, you want it on?
12 would work.
12?
Okay.
And Andy, if you could take my uppers, bring them forward,
okay,
and then point them down, see how that looks. Yeah, keep going forward. Yeah, like right there, now rotate them down. Yeah.
The video that came up, I'm just seeing black images though. Is that what you're seeing?
It's very dark.
Really dark.
Okay. We have the exposure wrong or something.
I believe we started at about 370 when in the set of photographs.
Okay, I'll note that.
If you tilt up, we can see exactly that and kind of place ourselves in maybe the lighting.
Yeah, we just don't have enough settings that are just too dark, or I'm too high up. I can't tell.
I would suggest changing your camera to like the -8.
I thought I was at -8.
I guess you're very close. So
that's about -8.
Okay. So that is what we should be seeing. Huh. Let me bring the lowers in just a little bit. They're in actually pretty far.
There should be enough light. It's just not.
Yeah, it's not configured for this amount of light.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Not gonna get much here. So let's.
I'm gonna disable it.
Yep.
Move the swing arms. Okay, you ready for me to turn with you? Look west.
Sure. Have we looked at this?
Yeah, we got it for our mosaic.
Okay. It's definitely something.
Co-pilot, when you have a chance, can you check D2 DC bus?
All right, just to give some information for those of you following along on
Same
shore,
as this
we approached this wreck coming from the east and did a
D2
little
or
bit of a
Sirius?
survey for debris
D2.
field in that direction. So we're proceeding out to the west beyond the wreck to search for debris field in that direction as well.
If you want to bring my lowers up, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want me to get the ship moving in that direction?
We can get moving.
It's a big barrel.
Due west, you want?
Yes.
All right.
Do a partial here video.
Some pretty tall burrows here.
Is that
indicative of a
sargassum?
lot of epifaunal organisms
Go
in this
at
location.
20 until you get out it.
That is organisms that live down inside the sediment rather than up on top of it. Sorry, that would be infaunal organisms. Epifaunal would be on top.
Yeah, coming up.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Okeanos, I just wanted to let you
Like a ship
know, I
move?
just got information that
Range 20 meters.
COEM
bearing
currently has an
270
opening for a
degrees,
marine
speed
biologist.
0.2
So if
knots.
there was anyone on the call that might be interested in coming to work for us, check with USA Jobs because we just have an opening.
Let's get this
Wonderful.
starfish real quick.
And I think you have some pretty qualified people on the line as well, so. So we have a sea star there. I'm trying to.
Thank you, Bridge.
Hey, Nev, what was that last move at?
That's 20 meters at 270.
Copy that.
All right, come on in.
He's got a fairly large sea star specimen here. Looks like he might be replacing an arm there.
One's a little bit shorter than the others. These.
All right, come on up.
Yeah, I don't know if our shore-based expert Chris Mars is following along.
Hello, this is Chris Ma.
Hey, Chris, I was hoping you would join.
Looking down at 71.
Well, I've been watching, but as a strange coincidence, I'm actually in the middle of describing the new starfish species from the last Pacific expedition, so of Okeanos, I mean. So the long-armed sea star you guys just saw is called Nymphaster arenatus, and that's actually one of the most abundant sea stars that you will encounter in this kind of habitat in the Gulf of Mexico. You'll notice that sort of very interesting elongate arm shape. We're not entirely sure specifically what they do, but people have postulated that they have kind of a snowshoe-like body in order to capitalize on the soft bottom habitat that they live on. They're, I think, detritivores. I think they just sort of extend their stomach onto this really unconsolidated bottom, and they like to sort of just devour all of the tasty goo that's on the bottom there. Their records have shown that their gut contents are usually filled with sediment and other sediment-associated items. I'm surprised on the last cruise to the Gulf, we only saw one of those, so it's not clear if they're just not that abundant or they're buried or what. But in trawls, they come up by the hundreds. So it's interesting that, we only see individuals, so few of them with submersibles. So it's a bit of a mystery, or perhaps we're not in the right place, or there's some kind of patchy distribution. It's hard to say. But anyway, I also wanted to just mention, it was very interesting to have watched you go over all of the ship hull, because there are a number of echinoderms which live on wood substrates, and I didn't see any of them, unfortunately. But I was keeping an eye open for many. There are two kinds of sea stars and some brittle stars, as well as some sea urchins, which are known primarily only from wood substrates from this depth. And had we seen any of them, I would have called in pretty quickly and very much out of breath. So, but if we come upon any other wood substrates in the abyss, I hope you'll sort of take a real close look, because they're fairly small. But in Indonesia, you guys, before we were doing the widespread broadcasts, there was imagery of these from logs in the abyss of Indonesia, and those were really, to me, very eye-opening. So, but so far, looks like you guys have kicked off to a good start.
Yeah, thanks so much,
30 minutes left.
Chris. And I saw a single urchin just a little bit off the wreck, but no other echinoderms. And thanks.
Yeah, I kind of suspect that there's probably some. The metal may make that substrate unfavorable for echinoderms.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thank you very much. Looks like you had some exciting octopus action. I'll tune in and call in another time when you guys are off to more conventional echinoderm related setting.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Chris. I really always appreciate you joining in.
You guys have a good rest of the expedition, and my hello to everybody there in the control room.
Will do.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
So for those, that was Dr. Chris Ma from the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, Department of Invertebrate Zoology, expert on sea stars and other echinoderms. And he's also sailed with the Okeanos Explorer and also supported many of these missions from shore. So thanks so much, Chris, for providing that identification.
Do a quick zoom on this. That bottle?
Yep.
Looks like a bottle.
There we've got a green glass bottle laying on the seafloor. A little bit of debris. One of the interesting things is the Okeanos Explorer has been all around the world and explored deep sea environments all over the world. And one of the unfortunate, consistent things we see wherever we go is marine debris and trash that's made its way to the seafloor. So even though you may imagine that the bottom of the deep sea, viewed from a submersible, is one of the more remote places you could possibly be on Earth, we still see some influence of humans, even in those remote areas, through the debris that we find on the seafloor.
But we do see that so there are some polychaetes, some worm bruns there on the bottle, and also a couple anemones. And then right in view now is a barnacle, a gooseneck barnacle. So quite a few different organisms have taken residence on this glass bottle.
All right, let's come on out.
Go ahead. On Sirius sonar? I think that's D2.
Shouldn't I be going the other way on that?
Speaking of which, yeah, I was just about to say, is it possible for that to be backwards?
It might be.
It really
or
does
upside
look
down.
backwards.
Mm.
Upside down.
It it needs to be flipped because this is hanging upside down. Yep.
Make
a note of that.
It.
Yeah.
I'll see. I'll make a note and I'll see if I can do it.
Yep. Everyone was having the same thought.
I was
They're
like,
like,
what? Watch 2. We've sorted it out. That sonar is mounted upside down, so that image needs to be flipped. That's why it's doing the opposite of what it seems like it should.
Understood. Thanks.
It's good to figure that out now. I can imagine
oh no.
Trying to find something. It keeps moving away.
Can't find it. The cliff face is retreating.
The faster I move, the faster it runs. Let's see if I can find that option.
It's definitely an option. And
I'm sure it is. I'll look through the menus here.
All right.
That would be Team Electrical.
Oh, is it?
So yeah, we have about 25 minutes remaining, and what it's been really a successful dive. Really, if we consider that the main purpose of today's dive was to do a test of a field test of the ROV. So that was completed very early in the dive, and then we spent a good portion, about 4 hours, imaging this shipwreck. Got some really remarkable footage, got to map it in detail, and then also some remarkable behaviors, a couple of octopi that hadn't been imaged before. So
he
know
agreed
a
with
lot
me
of our
to
shore-based
200 standoff is good.
scientists are going to be
So
very
that
excited.
gives us about another 30 meters.
So yeah, for
Okay,
that,
I'm stationary,
we are
so
closely
if
watching
you
the
want to.
sonar for any hard
If
returns.
Pilot's okay. I'm ready for you to move again.
Nothing coming in view as so far.
Okay, we could go the full 30 further west if that's all right.
And
It's
then
good with
also
me.
to give our
All right, we'll get that in.
shore-based scientists a heads up. So we will be coming off the sea floor at 15:30 Central
Bridge, ROV
Time. So
nav.
just under 25 minutes from now.
Another
and then
move,
we
please.
will have
Range 30
planning
meters,
call
bearing
just to discuss
270
tomorrow's
degrees,
plans
speed
after
0.2 knots.
after we come off the sea floor at 4 o'clock.
Good copy.
Okeanos, can you give us any update as to when the video from the 1803 expedition will be uploaded?
I can speak to that, Dan.
Yep.
So tonight we're going to try to increase the. This is Josh Carlson, I'm one of the data engineers. So we're going to try to increase our bandwidth and push more data to shore tonight. So hopefully by tomorrow, midday tomorrow, we'll have a lot of the video to shore. So that's the plan at least.
Great, thank you.
I'm not. Might speak with Jeff later. He knows a lot about setting this guy up. Not seeing detail.
Those of you shore sides, we continue out here to the west. We're not immediately seeing any targets or debris associated with that shipwreck. Relatively flat sediment plain, broken occasionally by these burrows that you're seeing. But we'll continue to do a bit of a search in this direction as we work towards the end of the dive in about 20 minutes. And
that's another.
It's a little hard to tell. It looks like it's likely a holothurian, a sea cucumber. The seafloor there that we've just zoomed in on.
Another bottle? I think that's another bottle.
Yeah. It's one of those hard holothurians.
Well, correction, as we move around it, it turns out that's actually another bottle. So at a distance, it was a bit, it fooled us a bit, but we're looking at another green glass bottle.
Copy that. Sonar coming off. Sonar coming on.
Coming out video?
So there's a sea cucumber, and also a sea star.
Pair of sea cucumbers there, just passing by.
Now, can you try zooming way in on it for a second? Yep.
And here we've got different species of holothurian, a different kind of sea cucumber there.
Zoom in on this real quick.
On the seafloor.
What's going on there?
Oh, and looks like some debris here. Is that maybe a bowl? Broken piece of crockery?
It's right, isn't it? 27 meters?
Yeah. What's that 0 dB that was underneath there?
Sorry, what? Oh, that's the low end of the range. If I bring this up, this is the span from min to max, and this is the min. So here they're like 4 and 28, and here they're 0 and 9. It's still nothing.
All right, come on up. Do a snap right here.
It's working at the higher frequency. I'm worried they'll interfere though.
All right, come on out.
And we are continuously monitoring the site scan here, but yeah, no hard returns in our vicinity here.
Alright, co-pilot, I think I have your sonar pretty well dialed in. Let me know what you think.
Did you swap to the RV to the lower frequency?
Yes, I have D2 low frequency, Sirius high frequency, and I have your display inverted.
Great. I think it looks good. We'll have to see. Maybe play with the gain a little bit so
Yeah,
we can
I
see if
can
there's anything.
do some of that.
Someone's mic is open. They're scratching at it.
And we've had a little discussion in the chat log here that some of those gouges we might have seen in the seafloor previously may be related to beaked whale activity. Les Watling chimed in to mention that the marks he saw were very much like beak whale marks that have been seen elsewhere in the Atlantic.
Hey, this is Mike Vecchio, and I was about to say the same thing.
Excellent. Welcome, Mike.
They actually originally were described as beak whale marks in the Mediterranean, but now we've seen them in the North Atlantic and in the Gulf of Mexico, and generally at this depth. So it could be beaked whales feeding very close to the bottom. So it's the bottom, the jaw making the mark in the bottom as they're chasing prey. Seem to have lost you.
Yeah, we still got you, sorry. Well, thank you, Mike.
That's basically all I had to say.
About 5 minutes left.
That's another lizardfish in the family Helosauridae.
What are you doing with that? Yeah.
It's just seeing what's open.
Don't change that.
Let's do a quick snap here. All right, coming out.
A few more minutes.
I'll give you a tether I can. It's not gonna be much. You're right at the end there.
Is that a line there we see to the left? Oh.
Got my name video?
It's about time to go.
All right, coming up.
So there was a question here. So our current depth here is 1,880 meters.
Start stowing if you're ready.
Copy that. Whoops. What happened there?
You turn the screen off?
I might have.
Or hit
I
input.
can't see anything.
We should tape over those again.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay, perfect. You're stowed.
All right. Looks like you should just have to rotate.
Starboard.
And then we'll be in position.
Okie dokie. I'll go ahead and start that then. I don't know if you want to come up, but I'm rotating off of you now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we are
All right.
pretty
I'm in
close
position.
to the end of the dive here, running out of bottom time. But it has been another successful dive. When we set up this morning, the main purpose was really to test the vehicle. Those tests were completed fairly quickly within the dive, allowing us to spend the biggest portion of the dive exploring a shipwreck site that was first mapped in 2006, and then there were just some 30 seconds of low resolution photo imagery that was collected by an ROV in 2010 that from the industry operations in the area, and so this was the first scientific archaeological survey of the site. So we did spend quite a bit of time getting some nice imagery as well as photo mosaicing the site. And then there were last couple hours spending
come up a little bit.
imaging some of the fauna as well as getting some nice close-up. So really appreciate everybody joining us on today's dive. We'll take a little break here, and we'll try to have the post-dive call at 4 o'clock local time. So that's just in 30 minutes from now. Yeah, we'll spend most of the call discussing tomorrow's dives and tomorrow's operations. So there is some weather that is heading our way, and we'll have to adjust our schedule slightly. But yeah, I really want to thank everyone for being with us, all our shore-based scientists, in particular our archaeology team, as well as the rest of the folks. So thanks so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you all in 30 minutes.